Welcome back to Gaiul Rackentha. The Dungeons and Dragons will continue until morale improves.
Sorry, did you say you're recording?
Yes, I did say I'm recording.
Okay.
And
I'm getting my head in the
just
game. Here we go.
take a look out to make sure that all of our levels are up, and I'm not only recording desktop audio again, so we're all good. So, last time on Gaiul Rackentha, not a ton of action necessarily, but lots of correspondence. So some things that happened last session, and if I missed something, feel free to pop in and add. The gang went back for the last day of the Harvest Festival and managed to, via some additional gambling, and mild manipulation of various painted woodland creatures, won the grand prize of the ever-flowing flagon of Tachian ale, which Loka has heavily partaken in, as well as some stuffed toys, miscellaneous candies, some other additional smaller prizes, and bigger prizes, but won the previous day, bigger in volume at least. The Zeron received a reply to their plea from Sultan Samarabi, which informed Zeron that their father would be sending Captain Renee and Lady Grey her griffin mount to aid in the effort to train a Motlin militia while he worked out the best way to navigate an aid effort through the red tape of Althra's courts. So potentially big deal internationally there. Jaxel and Fortune have returned correspondence back to the party once again, with the answer to a few questions. There are at least 20 young order members who intend to escape the monastery with the aid of the party, we have discovered. Their current plan is to climb down the cliff face nearest to the barracks and the monastery and disappear into the mountainside while you all make a big hullabaloo to draw the elder monks away from their escaping location. Additionally, Zeal and Belwar seem to be sticking fairly close together by Jaxel and Fortune's observations. And that despite working together, Istrid and Belwar seem to have some tension between them. As Fortune commented, they've been getting into arguments surrounding some kind of deal. The squad said goodbye to the Rose Groves, with some soft plans for them to aid any young order members fleeing from the monastery. Rose was basically committing to having a place for them to kind of a staging ground for them to stay should they need to, depending on how they make their way back down into Matla. Zeron had acquired a new ring from Emra after a brief conversation, giving them a little bit more leeway for casting. And Hassan performed a legend lore on the necromancer dragon Dvorak, now known to be a necromancer dragon, and received a hefty response, noting Dvorak's previous identities as the Wizard King of Hara and a young draconic noble before that. So lots of new information, and as it stands right now, the party has begun on their journey toward the Antikla Mountains, a 5-day journey up to the monastery, given a good route, with a currently unconscious Loka in the back of the cart, though that will probably change very shortly. And a couple of undead servants within the party's bag of holding.
They're out of the holding. I think.
Oh, right. Yes, you've taken them out. Yeah. I forgot. They are currently hanging out in the cart. Quick note for that I because I was rereading through Animate Dead. It does technically dictate humanoid corpses. But I'm cool to let that slide with a couple caveats. The one being that non-humanoid raised servants can't, like, wield weapons.
That is
like,
fine.
they can't, like, swing a sword around or whatnot. And they'll have minimum HP. So
okay,
they've got a hit point apiece. to make your funny little monstrosities. But they won't be much good in a direct fight, necessarily.
So I couldn't say command them to operate and load a catapult.
I think you could.
Okay.
How effectively they would be able to do that, sure. But if they got into, like, that is like performing a task. Like, that's operating a machine, as opposed to, like, deftly and agilely swinging a sword, you know?
Okay.
They have very little fighting capability. But can do tasks. And thus we come up on our first half day of travel, riding the road from central Matla toward the Antiqua Mountains. Let me pull up that weather chart again.
Yay!
Alright, what do we got? Cloudy. Moderate. Low of 57, or low of 39, high of 57.
Oof. Chilly.
Autumn's beginning to turn. I think as the cart rides on, the party kind of, if I remember correctly, at the end of the session, starting to, or having had a brief discussion about some of the contents of the legend lore. The cart hits a particularly large rock, jostling Loka from your deep and partially drunken slumber. You go ahead and roll a con save for me for hangover. There's a chance you just sleep it off pretty fine, but we'll see how it goes.
What's a 10 do ya?
10? Mild headache. The sun's very bright right now. It is not cloudy. And you got a little bit of a headache, but you're not gonna be suffering anything major in the immediate future.
Just for everybody to know, that was a +7 to that roll.
Oh.
Anyways.
Wow.
Loka, you hear him start to stir. His noises you are familiar with. Oh, God!
Good morning.
Why are you so bright?
Because I'm the light of your life?
I think that's the sun, Loka.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Pasmina. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about this. You are a very bright person, but...
Shucks.
Oh!
Would you like a waffle?
Waffles?
Yes.
Jumps up. I was making waffles.
My dad, like, 3 hours ago?
Oh, so they're old waffles.
Well, not old, just, 3 hours old. Ish.
Are they cold?
I could heat them up with some magic if you would like.
Magic heat just isn't the same.
Okay. I guess you can have some
Look,
cold waffles then, if you don't want to.
The two undead servants are ogling the now awake Loka with empty eye sockets.
Loka like rubs his eyes, still waking up. Kind of blinks a couple times and goes,
You completely cut out! Your mic did not like that one.
So Loka screams and then goes, "What the hell is that?"
Oh, right. That's Sedgwick, that's Gregson. Apologies. They are mine, they are harmless. Do not worry about them.
They don't look harmless! Oh god, screaming hurts my head. They don't look harmless!
Oh, believe me,
They look dead, are they? Hey, son, did you use the liquid on them?
Oh no, no, not at all. No liquid involved. I would not use such environmentally destructive and hazardous techniques. No, this is something different. This is me trying something else. Trying to. I'm not gonna have to go through a whole justification. I am
Doing
trying
spooky
to
shit.
understand. I am sure. I am trying to understand how Chancellor Navorak and his group of necromancy people do their necromancy, and this is it. This is me trying to understand them. Don't worry about it. They couldn't harm anything if they want to, probably.
They're
They
a
have
bit
tiny little
small.
fingers. Although,
Okay.
okay. They're fine. Don't worry about them.
Loka's gonna look between Pashmina and Saran and try and
We've
get a
had
feel
all-
for.
You know, we've had all morning to go through all of this. We're not exactly excited about it, but I mean, she kind of holds up her meteor hammer and be like, it would be wrong of me to accuse Hassan of anything when I've been carrying this around.
Oh yes, I suppose we're gonna have to catch the look up to speed with everything else then as well.
Right.
Did you have my ever-flowing flagon? I get the feeling that I'm gonna want to be drunk for maybe all of the rest of this.
We
You're
need.
Oh god, it's really that bad, huh?
Sure. Yes, Chancellor Navorak, bald man, truly evil, the person who has been
Is he
commanding the Fangs, current
Is he
Chancellor of the. Yeah. You know him, right? You remember him. The one who tried to cast a finger of death on you.
Oh! Yeah, no, I remember that.
Yes, he's a dragon.
What?
He is a dragon. He is an ancient dragon from I'm just going to say not exactly prehistory, but from many centuries ago, who has lived hundreds of years, and is an incredible pre-deafening lore, and is now in control of the Horaxan coalition, and is seeking to essentially the dictator, and that is who we face. I mean, of course, I'm simplifying things. There is a lot more to him, but that's the gist of things.
So is he trying to be like the dragon of all dragons then, or?
Oh, I'm not quite certain what his grand plan, if he has one, even is. Whether it be simple conquest of Rackentha and beyond, or whatnot, but he seems to have a rather strong fascination with with lichdom, the necromancy, and eternal life, and gaining power from using such techniques. In fact, if what I gathered is mostly correct, it's likely that much of the Raxan Coalition is a facade of undead wastelands.
I think the term was necropolis.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah. Just peachy.
Okay, well, I just realized I forgot something in my dream, so I'm gonna go back to sleep. And hopefully I'm gonna wake up and everything that you just said was part of that dream, okay? Does that sound good to everybody? Okay, good night!
Make sure you're awake for when the breakout happens. We're going to need you.
Okay, just give me a good shove or something.
Loka just has this haggard sort of look on his face. Decides to lay back down.
The skeletons are staring at you, empty eyes. They do not move.
Puppy, protect me!
Puts Puppy over his face.
Puppy and the fucking little necrolings have a staring contest.
Puppy blinks very slowly, one eye at a time.
Oh, God.
I was gonna say nobody is gonna win that contest. Puppy just doesn't blink. Uh-oh.
Seeing as you've been out for, enough hours that I don't even know how long you've been out, you're really sure you don't want to have something to eat?
I guess I'll take a cold waffle.
We've at least got, some fixings for it. So it's not just a cold waffle. It can be a cold waffle with, jam, syrup.
I have jam and syrup?
Sure. As long as it all gets eaten.
Well, I don't think we have to worry about that.
Loka, are you presenting this all to him, or are you just?
She's probably got it
saying?
kind of she kind of pulls some stuff out once you show some interest.
He kind of rifles through it a little bit and figures out what he wants. And I get the feeling that you're probably going to have to tell him that he's taking too much.
Well, how much is he taking?
Why not? I think one waffle would be good, but I kind of like to fill all of the little squares with something different. So if I put a little bit of blackberry here and a little bit of syrup here, a little bit of raspberry. What other flavors are there that we have? I can't read all these labels.
The rest is just regular rations, to be honest.
Well, I thought you said we had all sorts of jams and fixings.
We had as much as Papa foisted on us. Which was 4 things.
So I'll go, maybe you play some do you want to play tic-tac-toe on my waffle? And you'll be raspberry and I'll be blackberry?
That sounds sticky, but sure. Anything to not think about everything else.
And then
Fleece a little dollop in a square.
And then when we finish this one, we can play another game and I can eat that one too.
Fair enough.
Okay, the game is afoot, everybody! No bumps! We gotta keep all the squares nice and neat.
Make sure we don't spill this stuff everywhere. We don't want ants. That's how you get ants.
So I think Pashmina and Loka just played tic-tac-toe on his breakfast.
So that's how you know it's really bad on the road. We're really running out of shit to do. Oh, that's cute.
All right.
Who wins?
Intelligence check?
Sure. Contested.
I don't even know what my intelligence is. +1!
Oh, mine's not any better.
Well, if you know my favorite number, you know what I have.
I rolled a fucking 4, so.
No way, I beat you?
I rolled a 3 plus 1.
I rolled a 5 plus 1. I got 6.
Shit. Damn.
It's a very drawn-out game of tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
Both
Well,
really
it's not like the
considering your
waffle's
options.
gonna get any colder.
And it's thoroughly, it's starting to get on the soggy side. You might want to eat it faster rather than slower.
Well, then hurry up with your turn, Slowpoke.
I'm done. You won.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I did.
Somehow. Ew.
Eats waffle in one go.
Horrible.
Travel's very uneventful today. Like I said, 5 days to get into the mountains. Near the end of travel tomorrow, you should be at the foot of the Anticla Mountains, and the next 3 will be the climb upward. You may have to abandon the cart again, as with traveling in the mountains before. But luckily, you haven't been expending very much cost on your various carts. So it makes life relatively easy. Also gives you some time to plan, kind of think about your approach here, as you've got the day continues to pass, Millie and Twig dutifully pulling the cart at a steady pace throughout the day.
Hazelton is at some point going to say to Pashmina, "So, Pashmina, do you have a good memory of the area surrounding the monastery, the general layout of everything? Would you be able to perhaps..."
Oh, draw something out?
Yes.
I can certainly try. It's gotten a bit fuzzy, but I can get close, maybe.
It would be very helpful if we need to position ourselves to create a distraction for our escapees.
Hmm.
Can you go ahead and roll a history check for me, Pashmina?
Yeah. Here's hoping. Don't fuck up now, my history is okay. 14 plus 5.
19?
Yeah.
Okay. For the purposes of... I think you actually have a very good memory, now actually, like, thinking through it and kind of going over it. If you all would like, we can actually head over to that board. So everyone can look at it. It will not have minis on it. So because you don't know anything about what's going on there, like, as far as the interpersonal situation, but, like, I think, Pashmina, you're able to, like, sketch up a very accurate representation of what you are familiar with regarding the monastery, like, compound itself.
Kind of like an RTS where where the place has been explored, but it's covered by fog.
Fog of war, yeah. For sure.
Funny.
Let's go head over there.
Make sure that you don't actually have any minis on the board.
I do not have any minis on the board.
Yes, you do.
Oh, give me a second.
Just make sure we don't have any minis on there and we won't be able to see anything.
That's true.
Actually, I'll be right back. I just need to go wash my hands of pizza.
Yeah, for sure. I might throw in the other pizza. Oh, we've got
still
Pop
haven't
Pockets,
eaten my other
though.
slice.
Right. Gotta crack open those ham and cheese Hot Pockets for the Magic the Gathering code inside of it.
Oh my god.
Very funny. Alright, let's summon them.
What, are you gonna get yourself 30,000 gem summoner
That would be nice.
tokens?
I would actually love it if it just gave me gems. I'm sure it's like 2 packs or something inconsequential. Alright. Alright, let's adjust these
Nope,
settings somewhat.
Oh, wow.
You can also go into camera mode to do like an orthographic view.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, if you... I'm the GM. I'm GMing. F6. If you go F6, whoop. Although I don't have any. Oh yes, I do. You can do, yeah, top-down camera orthographic view, experimental, which is crazy looking. Ooh, it's a little whack though. Ah, that's not very good actually. Never mind.
That's very interesting. But yes, feel free to zoop around, take a look at stuff. While I figure out some atmosphere settings. Ambient. Probably still forest day. It is quite verdant. But yeah, Pashmina sketches up a very accurate, to her memory at least, representation of kind of the general buildings and layout of the monastery as she remembers it.
Okie doke. So where is the barracks?
Barracks are the building beyond sort of that main open courtyard along the walkway.
Dope.
Over, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No?
Yeah.
So the one with the little oh, right there. Okay. Awesome. Can I see that? I can't see that. That's okay. I'll just look over at the stream. That's fine.
Here, I'll throw 3 on there.
Oh, are you sure there are any minis?
There are no
All good?
minis.
No minis. Okay, good. So, alright, I see. So then they would be attempting to climb down this way. Is that correct?
So I know that they described it to us. I don't know if Pashmina necessarily knows what they meant by.
They said a
where they're-
cliff on the other side of the barracks. To your understanding,
So,
that's probably this.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They
I
mentioned
think
it was
might
pretty
be on the
sheer,
other
like they intend
side.
to climb.
Yeah. Okay.
So, in any case, we would have to create our distraction from a separate location.
Which, if we want to be close enough to be of note to folks like Belloar and Zeal and Istrid, I mean, probably just right out in the main courtyard so that there's some. We'll be closer to what I understand to be where folks like Belloar and the Elder Monks stay. And then rather far away from the barracks themselves.
Alright. And now the cliff face here. Let's see. I'm guessing this is, just to get an idea of the geography, this is on the side of a mountain going up. There's no everything in the direction heading, I guess, this way. This is all downhill, correct?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, it should be, question mark? Because those are 2 peaks, so everything kind of heading back in the other direction should be down,
Like,
more or less, with maybe
Back
some...
down, like this way.
Okay.
Back here.
So, I was figuring one way to possibly create a distraction would to, well, simply avert their eyes and have them focused on a threat completely different than, I suppose, the barracks. What I had thought was to use the natural terrain and the vantage point to create a catapult somewhere on higher ground, from which these Cedric and which myself, Cedric, and Gregson right here could lob collected rocks and boulders down onto the grounds to create a suitable distraction with artillery of sorts. From there, they would have to climb up and be bogged down in the terrain. Meanwhile, it'd be suitably loud, I would believe. That it would be a good signal for our escapees to do their escaping. That was a theory, but an idea I wanted to put out.
Could work.
Although, of course, that does present the logistical issue of would you know of a trail to get to those highlands without crossing directly through the monastery?
Unfortunately, you're either going to be skirting right next to it or flying directly over, or... I don't think there's any particular angle of approach, especially from the direction we're coming from, that's gonna keep you from being visible.
I can fly, though. Perhaps if I was turned invisible, I could make my way up there and set up appropriately.
I believe that's something I can do for you. Yes, that is something I can do. It's not just for myself.
Now, 5 days travel. What will the moon be like then? How bright will it be outside? You know what? Can I just do a check for that?
Yeah, if you want to roll survival, if someone wants to roll survival for like moon phases. Yeah, for sure.
So you'll have advantage if you want?
Yeah, give me advantage.
I give you advantage. I'm helping.
Yay.
Peshmina would be keeping track of this.
Yeah. Well, that first one is a 12. Yeah, that's a 12.
You know that there's nothing anomalous going to happen, for sure. I think you know, like, it's gonna end up being, like, either waxing or waning gibbous, like, a decent bit of, like, enough light to see by, but not enough light to be, like,
it's not
particularly
like 2 full
illuminated.
moons where it's, like...
Right. Oh, yeah, we do have 2 moons as well, which I guess should technically add to the difficulty of this roll. Yeah, as far as you can tell, there's probably no... Yeah, you can go for the roll.
Well, never mind.
How'd you do?
That was a natural 1 plus 6.
Right, here we go. Can I help out on this?
Yeah, everyone's just thinking about moons. Yep.
Dude, moons? Give me a second. Survival, this is what I'm good at. Trust me. Please.
Survival's one of my top fucking things, and
Zrod's 100% had an astrology phase.
Oh god.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually a 17.
Okay, but your astrology chart on a planet with 2 moons?
Yeah.
It would be insane. It would
crazy.
Be whack.
2 moons of different sizes and orbits. You said 17?
17, 16 plus 1.
Yeah, again, I think you get about the same as Hassan does. You know that it's gonna end up being, like, say dimly lit. And I think with this roll too, you both kind of understand that the amount of light coming through to the mountaintop is going to depend almost entirely on cloud cover rather than moon phase. But you're both very certain it's not like, we're not near a full moon, it's not going to be bright out, we're not near any kind of eclipse or multi-phase, it's not going to be particularly dark out.
Okay.
If you waited, like, I don't know, a few weeks, you might be able to plan it during such a celestial event for maximum coverage.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
Not worth it at all. But hopefully, if it's not too bright out, they won't immediately see a large piece of artillery on the mountain above.
I guess one advantage is they wouldn't be thinking to look for it.
I suspect they wouldn't.
It would be rather unexpected.
And now this next part, I wish to only float around. I personally am not too pleased with the idea. We happen to be in contact with a artificer who knows how to make things explode. Now I have... You know who I'm... Yes. Now, I am not particularly for the destruction of what is no doubt an incredibly valuable insight into history, but I wanted to leave the idea out there in case anyone, for some unknowable reason, decided that that explosives would be necessary. Want to throw it out there? We have a launching device now.
I mean, if you have the means, and no qualms, neither do I.
I personally am not quite enthused about destroying a nice piece of historical architecture.
Peshmina rolls her eyes a little bit. My only concern is that, well, we kind of gestures at everyone on the cart, and those kids don't get caught in the crossfire of exploding bombshells.
I suppose that would also be a valid concern, yes.
Yeah, I think I've had just about enough of dodging cannonballs, you know?
Oh. Oh yes, I assume you would have direct experience with that. Ah. Well, in that case, no bombs, just rocks. Rocks shall do, I suppose.
Still pretty dangerous.
Still very dangerous, actually.
Oh, plenty of, but they won't... Probably don't have the effort. These won't have the ability to knock down an entire superstructure. Just a simple Meganel. Or onager. It would be an onager.
Loka just kind of like looks at Pashmina. Like, with one of those looks that's like, okay.
I mean, she just kind of shrugs.
So, artillery in place would create something of a distraction. What about everyone else?
I mean,
Just
I
simply come
certainly-
up to the front?
I don't exactly have the sort of bombastic magics that you have, but I can certainly make a loud noise and be a target.
I just kind of am loud. So. I don't really know what I could or would do, but I just kind of figured just me being me. I think that'll be enough.
I think so too. If anything, Loka, I would. If you can just make sure that nobody gets to the barracks, that would be valuable.
Oh, sure. I can do that.
Play bouncer a bit, if you can.
I'll do more than a bouncer.
Although, that is of course presuming we don't get spotted. I Wonder if they have active guards. There.
Well, I mean, in my experience, sometimes the elder monks would do at least some rounds at night just to make sure that no one was getting up to mischief, but it wasn't always constant, unrelenting surveillance, although there was an amount. It was more so the children keeping each other in check while I was there, but it seems like things are different now.
Yes. Well, I hope they haven't become militarized then.
What did it sounded like in the letters that, like, seeing as they even have the opportunity, this is more so a question to the DM.
Yeah.
Did they make it sound like they were being, like, heavily surveilled, or just kind of
not
same
particularly? I think an impression you get that from your time in the monastery in general is like, frankly, they just kind of didn't have to be. And a lot of that is because there's kind of only one way up and down the mountain.
Yeah. Also,
like,
yeah.
if some shit happens or someone makes a break for it, that's incredibly dangerous. Like, a lot of folks aren't the people here that don't want to be here aren't being kept here by like surveillance and like the vast majority of the complex doesn't even have doors. It's really not a lock and key kind of place. What's keeping you there is the fact that you're at the top of a mountain. Insofar as that in particular too, Zoran, would you mind rolling me insight for the letter? And Peshmina, would you mind rolling me survival again with advantage this time? Kind of like as you mull over this location.
Oh God, what's my insight? I don't remember. Okay. 1 second. Scooping dice out.
17 plus 6.
Nice. 23.
13.
Alright. On the insight side of things in general, I think the sense you get kind of thinking over the wording of Jaxel's letter, Zoran, once again, is, I'm going to say overconfidence a little bit. Maybe. I think there is a sense of, like, clearly these people have hyped themselves up about this, and are very confident that it is a thing that will work. For example, in particular, the lines like, well, after the cliff is just a normal hike down the mountain, is like,
I was gonna say, Peshmina has
that's a
technically
choice.
made that hike and it was bad, so...
Yeah, and I think Peshmina, like, remembering that cliff face in particular, like, a lot of things about the monastery may have changed. One of them that's unlikely to change is geography. And you thinking about kind of, like, inquiring and thinking about the being kept on the mountain by the fact that you're on the top of the mountain itself. Going down the side of the mountain is... with, like, 20 people, is a combination of dangerous and tedious. And if these kids are planning on doing it in a hurry, that's going to increase the potential for simple mistakes that will have big consequences.
Is there a check I could make, or like searching my memory or something of the sort, to assess whether or not there's a good... oh my goodness. A good... it's all good. Was that a scream?
It sure sounded like one.
A good place for like, so once they make it out of the windows and they're kind of like on this cliff face, are there any plateaus or clearings at all, or is it just all a thicket, like hike, like?
It's gonna end up being probably like a minimum like 40 grade hike for probably a dozen miles.
Can I think if there would be a good spot for Hisan to perform the teleportation circle?
Yeah, easy places that people could get to, the yard, right next to the barracks, lots of space. Depending on casting it once or twice. Frankly, in the barracks is a little harder. You'd probably have to move some furniture around.
Yeah.
There's probably enough space in the baths under the barracks.
A place kind of out of... That's... Okay.
Alternatively, kind of the, like, dining area. Basically any big open space up on the top of the barracks would also probably work okay. You just need enough time and space, basically, to do it. Those being places nearby that you could do it.
How freshly killed does the sacrifice for the does the sacrifice need to be?
Killing the sacrifice is a component of casting the spell.
So it has to be done like
so
right
immediate.
when you
Like, it has to be done while casting the spell.
Okay.
So unless we want to bring like a freaking pig with us, allowed.
It can be
It's small or larger.
Yeah, so it could be a squirrel, a rabbit, a bird.
All right.
Those would be
Yeah,
more
so
in the tiny range. Small is like house cat or larger.
Like a dog.
A big rabbit.
Yeah, honestly, like a big rabbit would work for sure. I mean,
Like a
you're on the
wild
mountain. There's certainly things you could find.
Are there any livestock in? But I'm guessing this is a vegetarian conclave, right?
They do not keep animals. No.
Yeah.
Oh, so we just got to choose between Millie or Twig then.
Nope. Not enough.
Or 3.
I think 3's tiny though. Isn't 3 small? Like
What size are owls?
I thought 3 was like a little owl, like an especially small owl.
Owls are tiny.
Yeah.
Okay, so definitely. Jeez. Okay.
Giant owls are small. No, giant owls are large.
Ah.
All right then. You could definitely if you chose to prepare, you could definitely try and find something on the mountain pass on the way.
I was gonna say, I think as much as Pashmina isn't someone who eats meat or hunts, probably has some like old memory of like trapping or like
for sure
could make like a snare, could make like a something that would not immediately kill an animal.
Yeah. Despite your inclinations, stuff like survival training, I mean,
yeah,
for better or for worse, hunting's easy calories.
Yeah. So, okay. We can make sure that somewhere along the way we have something ready for the ritual. Originally, I realize I've been thinking about this all wrong. Originally, I figured that, oh, well, sure, you know, we're taught well enough how to navigate and that these kids would be able to make it out, but I think a much smarter thing to do is just go straight to them. Make sure that they don't have to go trekking along the mountainside. It's rougher than they think. Which means, at some point, Hisan, you're gonna have to abandon the...
that is fine.
Catapults?
That is fine. Fortunately, I don't need to be there for it to be operated. Points at the two undead. Also, I can conveniently make it operate itself, need be.
Do you have enough magic to be doing all of that?
Oh yes, plenty.
Alright.
Hassan, relevant to the potential. Sorry, Peshmin, have you brought up the concept of using teleportation circle?
Yeah, we talked about it last time.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, relevant to your interests, then, Hassan. So things we've established about teleportation circles is that you can recast it, like it stays up if you choose to cast it again. But like the temporary sigils will last for, I believe we've said, an hour. The spell itself, like the portal you open that can be walked through while casting a teleportation circle, only stays up for 6 seconds, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
But so practically, yeah,
Still.
like a handful of moments.
The teleportation circle itself?
Yeah. And then you could recast it, but it takes...
Have to kill another animal?
Yes, and it takes another full minute to cast.
That's okay.
Just for understanding the logistics of such a thing.
Yeah. So it'd be like a whole 6 rounds between artillery barrage and... Okay. Alrighty then.
A narrow window, regardless.
But as long as the portal remains open, as many people as can walk into it can get through it.
I'm sorry, I have to be right back.
Alright. No, this can work. This just means I have... So, Cole, something else I should probably clarify with you briefly. So, with animating performance, I can create one... With animating performance, I can, of course, just make a larger object, sort of able to perform actions using my bonus action.
Right.
Could I, theoretically, animate the catapult to start winding itself?
To, like, operate itself.
In a sense.
What's its intelligence score?
4 int, but as in, like, specific for the case of the Mangonel, just the one action it takes to essentially wind itself up as part of the loading action. It's up to you, I guess, though.
Yeah, I'll say it can load itself. It can participate in some of those actions. I do not think it will be able to fire itself intelligently.
Right.
Or, like, aim itself or anything like that.
That's...
But it can perform the mechanical action of the object that it is the form of.
Okay.
I think that's reasonable. Like, for example, if you made a cart, the cart can roll. It may not be able to steer itself particularly well, but it can... The objects you animate can perform... Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Sounds awesome. Alright.
We love college creation.
Thank you, but now that should all be fine. So I could effectively keep the skeletons, have them operated even at a slow pace.
I like the idea of them just lobbing rocks and having no idea where they're going.
Basically.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. Sorry if I'm leaning very heavily into this.
No, it's an interesting contraption.
Okay. So, no, yeah, I can make this work.
God. Sedgwick and Gregson.
So, okay then. So everyone else comes up the front. So while everyone else comes up the front, and artillery from the back, I think I'll go ahead, take the rabbit over here, and while still take the rabbit here.
So my suggestion is going to be there's something of a shared bath just below. So there's that top roof, then the barracks in the room beneath, and then below that there's a staircase that leads down to a bath that has a nice wide clear floor, and will be completely out of sight. No one will ever have to leave that building.
Alright. That can work. As long as there are not guards posted in the barracks, then I suppose I'll be fine.
There really shouldn't be.
Right then. I'll go ahead and do that.
Well, I mean, if we really want to know, can't we just wait until the nighttime and send them a letter?
Yeah, I intend to be keeping them updated anyways. Once we have something more of a plan in place, I can ask if there have been any elder monks hovering.
Alright. The day continues on. Sun's going from midday to setting, and moon's just beginning to peek over the horizon. Is there anything else you'd like to do on today's travel?
I think Pashmina spent some time writing a letter back to her mom and dad.
Okay.
And the contents of that letter are basically coming up with a more complete plan. Might need a little more help than expected. Can someone be at the Temple of Bahamut in a few days' time with maybe a couple of carts late in the evening?
Yeah. You get a response pretty quickly back that's just like, oh, yeah, we can do that. Is someone going to arrive? Is someone going to be in Central Matla? Seems like kind of a long way to go.
In response, that'll be the 20 or so children we were talking about before. We intend to teleport them there as to avoid any mishaps.
Just gonna like, oh! Alright! Gonna need a bigger cart.
Need a school bus. God.
Only if Loka can drive.
On the Loca school bus.
Beep, beep.
Cruising on down Main Street. Anyway.
I can't remember if I did this last session or if I just thought about doing this last session. Did Hassan send a letter to Astior to asking him to spy on what's his name, the
Dvorak.
not Dvorak, the
Pelor?
Silvermane?
Silvermane. Yes,
You did not, but you certainly may.
yes. We'll go ahead and write a letter that says, if he just like if in the intermediate if during to the travel Hassan does not get a letter back from Silvermane, Hassan is going to write to Astior, asking him to locate Silvermane
Right, because you wrote to... Yeah. Okay.
and
Sure
ask
thing.
him what he sees.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I'll just put that in there so I don't forget it.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do before taking a rest?
I think Hassan's going to get some practice with the onager.
Gonna create the catapult?
Yeah, I'm gonna create the catapult and just try and, I guess, practice using his little minions to load it. I guess that's what he's gonna be doing, which doesn't really require a roll, I guess, but is going to be trying to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, I said I was gonna. Here, one sec. Let me get the Spelljammer books to look at the catapult operation.
I think it's 5 actions total, I believe. Crap, I'm like 90% sure I sent that to you, Heck. Where did I put?
Alright, let's see here. Catapult, you say?
I think it's under Maganel, M-A-G.
Yep, there we go. Crew 5. Takes 2 actions to load the Mangonel, 2 actions to aim it, and 1 action to fire. Alright, and you've got... So, an action from the... So, you kind of, like, assemble your little crew. So, your, the catapult itself, being animate, takes an action to wind itself down. Do the skeletons do the little bony skeletons have enough strength to load a rock into the catapult?
Do they have it together? 2 of them. Well, that's a question.
Yeah, I think they would. They would together. Because, it's the equivalent... We said 2 small ones, right?
Yes.
So I think collectively they have the stats of a normal skeleton. And a normal skeleton would be able to load a decently sized rock into it. So it's 1 action to load it, 2 actions basically 3 actions, because it's going to take both of the skeletons together to load it. 2 actions to aim it.
Which means it would probably take 2, and we said the onager can't take it.
The onager can't take it, and the skeletons are also likewise not smart enough to aim it.
So essentially...
1 action... They could take the 1 action to fire it, for sure, but aiming would be a gamble. You can aim it, for sure.
But otherwise, we just don't know where it's going to go.
Right. I think with your help, if you are guiding the skeletons, like taking your action to aim it along with them, then they would be able to do that with you. And then I think the onager itself could take the action to just activate its release mechanism.
Okay. So overall, though, that would be, if that's 2...
So it would take both of the skeleton and the onager to load it, and then you and both skeletons, you and at least 1 skeleton and the onager to aim and fire it. So minimum It's going to require 2 rounds to fire it once.
Okay.
At a range of somewhere between 200 and 800 feet.
Oh my god.
200 normal, 800 with disadvantage.
Which is
And you definitely can fire it without aiming it.
But we'll just be random as to where it goes.
Semi-random. I mean, like, it's not like it's gonna fire behind it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as, like, any semblance of accuracy is pretty out the window at that point.
That's fine. As long as it's shooting somewhere and creating chaos.
Creating chaos.
So then, without you, it's gonna take a round for the skeletons plus the onager to load it. And if you're not aiming it, then it can just fire.
So
still
like
2 rounds, yeah, because then it'll fire, and then the skeletons like prep to load it as it winches down. In either case, it requires an action in each of those activations from the onager to be able to fire it, so you can't actually get it down to any less than 2 actions per shot.
Yeah, it's essentially taking 1.1 it takes 1.5 rounds to fire, essentially.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah. I will keep track of that.
Yeah, I was about to say, that said, so because did you study just the catapult, or did you also study about ballista?
Just the catapult.
Just the catapult,
I couldn't.
okay.
We said I wasn't going to be able to get the.
It was a little too complex, right?
Yes.
Was the plan? Okay, that makes sense because the ballistas are more complex.
Yeah. More
Okay.
machinery.
Good to know.
Okay.
Mangonel. I'm gonna look up what that looks like.
No,
I
that makes
have
sense.
a question.
Yeah.
Do we have a small animal-sized box that can be maybe repurposed into a temporary holding place?
Well,
Or can one be
we have a
assembled?
lantern. Otherwise, I do not think you currently have one. If you wanted to spend some time, I mean, you got all day. Like, if you want to spend some time while making camp, like gathering some sturdy sticks and like binding them together into like a little enclosure.
Make something of a cage.
Yeah. Want to go ahead and make me a survival check for that?
I do.
It's survival check time, baby.
This is the thing. This is the thing that I do sometimes. Except for when the dice decide that I don't. Shit. That was a fumble.
That's a weird data type.
13 plus 6?
13 plus 6, 19. Yeah. I think you end up constructing something like large enough that you could probably put like, say, a small wolf in it if you needed to.
Oh my
Like
god.
pretty
okay.
reasonably sized. Like if you needed to, like you create an appropriately sized box for what you would consider a small creature. And you're reasonably certain that whatever you put in there would not be able to like break out of it.
Gotcha. I think my the last order of business for me is like creating some kind of snare that I can set up when we are resting.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and make me another survival check. It's survival check time. Very funny.
It's coming in clutch. 16.
If anyone wants to help, you can as well. To help doing some trapping. Yeah, 16's pretty good. I will make a note of that number when attempting to do some trapping. If you want to, maybe you can spend more time in the future improving it, if you want. All right.
I think my idea is setting it up for the night and then seeing what's there in the morning, if anything.
Sounds great. Anything else folks would like to do before resting?
No. That is it for me.
All right. Anyone on watch tonight?
Oh. Yeah.
I think Hason's gonna tell.
I can do it.
I think Hason is also gonna order the skeletons to jab him awake if anything shows hostile intent.
A little alarm system.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Is that a thing that they can discern?
I'm just gonna keep animate dead on screen at any given point in time. It's one of those spells I feel like I need to read through repeatedly.
Or you can
issue a general command, such as to guard a particular chamber or corridor. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
okay. I mean,
And I would describe something like loading and firing a catapult as a general command.
Yeah.
That's very vague, but it kind of, I mean, like, okay, you've got an undead servant, it does stuff for you. Cool. Like, it doesn't need to be, the big thing there being you'd have to issue it a new order to change what it is doing. They're little skeleton automata.
Yeah, but they will load. I guess they can load. If I just tell them, load. If it is not loaded, load it.
Yeah, and even just like operate
Basic
the catapult,
programming.
I think is actually a basic enough command. Especially if they're not aiming it. Like, you're not saying, okay, fire at these people downrange. You're just being like, no, just operate the mechanical device that is this catapult. No skill required.
they're butter passers.
They pass butter. And by butter, we mean giant rocks down a mountain. Yeah, absolutely. They will definitely... They have a passive perception of 9. That's good to know. But yeah, they'll keep you on alert.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Just, as you're getting into bedrolls for the night, there's just these two little monstrosities, like, watching over Heisan as Heisan is getting...
Can we just, like, I don't know, put, like, little clothes on them or something? They're just kind of...
Maybe we could just, like, let them die.
I don't think they can do that anymore, Loka. On their own, at least. I can hear. Can Heisan just get some, like, fabric and wrap it over them, sort of?
like a Halloween bedsheet ghost costume?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that, for sure. Poke little eye holes.
I mean, I guess it's not much better. I was about to say it's better. It's really not. This is fine. It'll be fine.
When we're in town, we can get some proper hoods and drapes for them to make them look like tiny little constructs. Or after we're done with this, I don't know, you can toss them off a cliff if you want.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Although I'd appreciate it if I had my little... if I could continue to... I don't know... study how undead work and how undead respond, how they are controlled, and if I can possibly seize control of undead by means of spell. But whatever.
There's just gotta be a better way to do it, right?
I think just rolls over with her back to them. It's just like I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping and I do not perceive.
I don't think there is. I think this is the most practical method and straightforward method to trying to learn how to control undead. I mean, the only other option I studied was live vivisection, and I don't and that doesn't sound particularly nice. So this route seems a bit better.
No nightmares. No nightmares tonight. We're not having nightmares tonight.
It seems like all we're about to have is nightmares from now on.
All right. Zeron, as your companions head to sleep, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Of course. Give me 1 second. Where'd my character sheet go?
This is your
Perception. 16.
16. Good to know. You do not spot anything out of the ordinary, and you're fairly confident that there is nothing around you. You kind of keep an eye out for even other travelers or animals or whatnot. Do you get a good sense of nature? You're still in the, like, you're not quite to the outskirts of Matla yet. Just on the border of Toch and Fendil. So, well-trodden road. It seems like fairly safe. You passed a village, like, halfway through the day that is now far, far beyond you. Still probably a farm or two vaguely in sight, but you can tell you're certainly getting to the outer limits of the settled areas of Matla.
Okay.
Otherwise, the night passes quite pleasantly.
Wonderful.
In the morning, Hassan, you are greeted by letters. One, specifically a letter, from Astior, who says, so, letter read in Astior's voice.
Yeah. Of course.
So, I performed the scrying as intended upon this, particular, Silvermane fellow. So, a few things I can tell you. I think he's he's definitely in Brodor. If I had to guess, if I had to hazard a guess, I would bet, he's in, one of the two major cities, either Salamir or Taka, probably Salamir. A big, orcish fellow. Kind of a tall individual, seemingly getting on in years. When I spied him, he was having what looked like a very pleasant smoke in front of a fireplace. I think he had a couple of books around him. He wasn't, like, reading or doing anything particularly toward, just kind of gazing into his fireplace. Just kind of, yeah, chilling out.
Vibing.
I hope that helps. Long beard.
Long beard?
Long beard.
Well, at least I know how to.
Salt and pepper. I hope that I am aging as gracefully as this man. Anyway, I wrote that in this letter, and now you had to read it. You're welcome.
You're doing great, Astior.
Thank you for dictating this letter, by the way, Calandus. This is excellent. You're doing great work. No, you don't have to write that in the... No, it's fine. You can keep it in if you would like to. Anyway, hope you're safe. Hugs and kisses, Astior.
I love this man. I love these two fucking goofballs.
My son is just reading this over. Like...
We come back to Hassan reading it in Hassan's voice, and it's just like, yep.
Not the weird... Sadly, not the... This is not the weirdest letter I have had to read, thankfully. And not the most long-winded one, thankfully. But... The information to... non-sequitur ratio is a bit, much to be desired. Whatever. And Hassan will quietly put it back. Although, he does not read that out to anybody else, because nobody else knows about Silvermane. Nobody else is allowed to know about Silvermane until the time's right.
True.
Alright. It is a new day of travel.
Ashmina checks her trap.
You rolled a 16?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how effective it is. 18. The trap has been triggered, but no one has gotten trapped in it yet.
Alright.
Either that or something did get trapped in it and something bigger ate it before you got here.
Shit. Oh no. Alright. She undoes the snare. Cleans up. Is ready to get back on the road.
Alright. Let's see how the weather is
Try and
today.
improve the snare wall.
Thunderstorm!
Ah.
Yay!
Low of
Locust,
27, high of 43. Combined effects of precipitation and wind reduce visibility by 3/4.
Holy jeez.
It is miserable today.
I'm guessing. Does this turn into like sleet at some point?
At 27 at the lows, it's possible. I think you're getting a little bit of hail in combination with the thunderstorms. Luckily, you're in the roads. You're not near the forests yet. It looks like a lot of the lightning's more attracted towards the peaks of trees and whatnot. But as it stands currently, progress may be a little slow today.
How much is it delaying us? Like a half a...
Let's say a quarter of a day. Luckily, you're not in the mountains yet, so it's not, like, actively dangerous to keep moving. But the roads are certainly getting a little bit more muddy. The foxes are complaining. But you certainly can continue making progress today.
This is gonna sound weird. Can they sound like performance of creations in some, like, snow chains or something like that? Something to help with tracking.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Yeah, in like, yeah, if you want to, like, all-weather your cart with performance of creation, how long does that last?
Doesn't last long, but it might help for a little while. Only lasts
4 hours. 4 hours is not nothing.
Yeah.
So giving the cart a little bit more love. Yeah, giving it some, like,
So that
more
the foxes can
gripping
have something to
wheels.
pull,
Yeah.
isn't just slipping.
Absolutely. Once again, it is an open back cart, which is not the most fun. As you slowly make it on your way, the skies very much darken and fill with rain, as it were.
Is it gonna rain overnight?
Unlikely, but we'll see.
Okay.
Tonight it might.
Because I can bring everyone into my lantern. For at least the night so we don't get rained on.
Oh, nobody caught that then. I meant literally today in the world, in reality.
I'm gonna be so honest, I didn't even hear what you say.
Oh.
I just blanked out there for like 5 seconds.
You're like, this is not the Loca voice.
No, I just genuinely, like, just stopped.
Cognitive
Just
function.
shut up.
Just
My brain shut off there. I wish I was joking.
It happens.
It's fine.
Aw.
Alert, you're making him cry, Caroline. Get out of the call, Caroline.
No, come back.
Genuine surprise that you left. That was funny though.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh my god.
You begin the new day of semi-miserable travel.
Loca is outside enjoying this.
I'm sure he is.
Reasonable.
Ashmina's got her big red cloak on and it's just getting soggy. It's just like
Every couple minutes you'll see Hasan just like cast prestidigitation on some clothes to like reset it before.
Are you sure you can keep doing that? It's gonna be a while of this.
I will do it for as long as I can stay sane.
What do you think the complexity of casting cantrip is? Because it's not literally nothing, right?
Yeah, it's with Hasan, it's essentially for as long as Hasan's like writing hand can still be able to like inscribe sigils in the air.
Right.
He can keep casting it. So I'm guessing it's like, how long can you stand using Photoshop drawing something?
Right. Like how long can you stand to like write the same like 2-sentence couplet poem on a
over
sheet of
and over
paper
again.
every minute. How long can you manage to do that?
It's like doing a grindy activity in a video
Which
game.
is not,
Yeah.
which is definitely not forever.
No.
But
Yeah. I have a question for all of you internally. Whether discussing it or not, I'm curious what, as you continue to plodding toward the Antiqua Mountains, kind of looking up at these peaks now shrouded by clouds and only briefly illuminated by lightning. For each of your characters, what are y'all thinking about in regards to the information you've learned about Dvorak? Like, what are your characters, what parts of that information are your characters thinking about?
Oh my god.
hmm,
I mean, Loka's lost his fucking mind over it. Like, I think his thought is that all dragons have to be on the same side. Like, why would they... This isn't the right word to use, but why would they cannibalize each other in the way that
Yeah, I think
Dvorak
that's
is
pretty
doing?
fair.
And like I think his thought right now is just why is he hurting his own? Why is he doing this horrible thing to his own? That's where Loka's really like stuck.
Yeah. Anyone else? We don't have to, if everyone, we don't have to go all the way around the circle, but if you have something, I'd very much like to hear it.
I think Hassan has sort of laser focused himself in, okay, this is my purpose in life as of now is to counteract the influence of this single person. I think he's taken the conversation that he had with Tothren Delay about, I guess, well, as I think I've said to you, Cole, many times, the conversation about the morality of being able to do good with the mass amount of resources you have and not doing so.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he sees it as his responsibility, having the knowledge of Dvorak, and having what he thinks are the resources to perhaps oppose them in some way to oppose them and what they stand for. I think Hassan also... I'm trying to wonder if Hassan sees any sort of... Hassan sees Dvorak again as, in a sort of way, with the same sort of... a similar sort of dislike that he had towards... and this is not entirely 100% comparable to the Sultan's idea... The Sultan and, well, the greater Australian nobility's ideas of expansion into the greater Phasia. This is ideologically opposed to everything Hassan believes in, and I think he's just fiercely laser-focused, determined to oppose this in any or all sort of ways. And with the conversation we'd had with Tothren Delay, he is now taking it upon himself to believe that it is his duty to do so, and is trying his best, and by any means necessary. Sorry if that took a lot of words to...
No, yeah.
No?
Great to hear. It's not the first time we've heard the words "by any means necessary" this campaign.
When it comes to Pashmina, I think she's at the stage of, like, trying not to think about it that hard. Like, the thought of, like, she's at a point where if she thinks about it too hard, it becomes a spiral of dread and gloom and, like, already getting defeated about it. It's just like, nope, that's not helpful. That's not doing anything for anyone, especially right now when there are people depending on her. So, just stowing that away. It's the hope thing, holding on to hope, because the reality of the situation is just too bad. Just too awful to even consider.
I think, honestly, if I guess I can go, in a very similar vein, I think Zoran's just trying, like, they've registered it, they've heard it, but at the same point, I think they just are trying desperately not to think too deep into it, just because they're already so overwhelmed with just that, everything we just learned, with what we are going to be doing in the next coming days, with honestly everything with Heisan now, that they're still really upset about. It's just, if I don't confront it in the immediate right now, I will be fine. But, like, they're physically just not wanting to have to come deal with that as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I could even add on, like, so for Pashmina, right, like, the series of events that has just unfolded is like, okay, she finally got back home after thinking that may have never been a possibility before. So, kind of has this hope of, like, okay, maybe I can have my life back after everything that's happened, and maybe I can kind of have hope for, like, a new chapter and all this stuff unfolding with Zoran. Then, boom, war shit. Boom, Dvorak shit. And it's just like, how am I supposed to hold on to any of that? So I think that's where she's at, of just like, this can't all be for nothing. Please, God, don't let this all be for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, can Heisan do some necromantic study, or how are we going to put a cap on that? Oh, because Heisan's already pulled a lot, and I'm pretty sure he's, like, wiped this book clean most of it.
Like I said, there's definitely more to do, and in different directions. We are leaning into the personal application of studies department more than the gleaning strict information from the book itself. But, like, you definitely, like, if you would like to continue studying, you may. I think it's going to be very difficult to do so right now, considering the thunderstorm.
Yeah, but in the coming days.
Yeah, you've definitely still got room to keep learning.
If someone else is willing to pilot the carts, Pashmina can definitely at least make an attempt at improving the snare to better her chances at catching something? Question mark?
I can do it.
For sure.
I'll man the front then.
Sounds great. Easy enough to do so. Peshmina, go ahead and roll survival for me again. If you roll higher, we'll take the higher roll.
Duh! No, that was worse. That was 2 plus 6.
2 plus. Alright, so sticking with a 16 for now.
Alright.
Which is still quite good. Like it. I think the difficulty here may less be like, ah, shit, I don't know how to do this, and more like, I don't know how to improve this, really. Like, it's not that it's perfect, but, like, means, distraction.
A snare sure is a snare. Like, how much more?
And once you're past 16, we're looking at, like, more complex traps, probably.
Oh, maybe a good idea, placing, like, a bell on it, or, like,
an alert.
got, like, a... Yeah, like
Sure. Yeah.
like a little jingly new, like something.
I don't think that
little-
requires a roll necessarily. You can just do that.
And then if it actually like goes off in the night, maybe she can hear it,
Yeah.
so it doesn't get stolen.
Yeah. As the day rolls on, the thunderstorms themselves begin to recede, but the rain lingers for a while yet. You suspect it should be around noon, but having a little trouble telling beyond the dense cloud cover. Similarly, topics I'm curious if any of the players or characters have thoughts on as they're plodding up the road. When it comes to Zerga and Feihu, back home, it's been a hot minute now since you've seen them last.
Yeah. Did we? I thought maybe Hasan sent them a letter about the stuff we learned, but I don't actually know.
Hasan
if
did.
Hasan did. Okay,
I
so
sent them a
they
letter
have.
regarding,
Okay.
I believe, the legend lore in particular.
Okay. That seems important.
Again, okay if not, just
mean-
curious.
I think, at one point it's just quiet and Peshmina looking just like everything's been pretty bad, not gonna lie. It's just like she hasn't been the most chipper lately, so she like says this and it's just very like flat and just like, I think Guinevere is Navorax.
What?
I think Guinevere is Navorax progeny.
What? I'm not. What do you mean, Pashmina?
Well, you read the thing to us, and it said that Navorak had created eggs, but none would hatch for him. And her egg was just all alone in that spire for who knows how long. I think she might have been one of his creations.
I suppose that's possible. The egg would have belonged to whomever had created that tower. It was hidden within its sanctuaries beyond a protected door. I suppose, and if and Navorak did study under Ignith, whose texts who would have been there as well. I suppose it's entirely possible. Although, that seems rather out of his area of control. Then again, if it was a family of a group of black dragons, that, yes, I suppose that's possible.
And I mean, it's not as though, even if technically he's of Hara or Harax now, or whatever it's called anymore, it's not as though it couldn't be transported or hidden away. I mean, it sounded like it was a source of shame that it wouldn't hatch for him, so maybe just, I don't know, hide it, lock it up, let it just sit.
I wonder if one's pride would even allow them to put it amongst a horde, though. Either way, it is not as though Guinevere belongs to them anymore. Progeny or no progeny, blood means very
No.
little in the end.
I'm all too glad we were able to get to her.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
want to think about that.
I wonder if Feihu and Zerka have connected those dots, those same dots.
Well, may she never meet him.
Yes. May she never. They haven't quite gone back to me yet. I did send them the information we had learned of.
Well, Feihu's always busy with the town. Well, and Guinevere, and, well, everything, all the time, unfortunately, so I would understand if she wasn't really able to be hasty with a reply. And Zerka's a bit, well, she's still recovering, first of all. I'm sure they're processing in their own ways.
I suppose they'll get back to us when they mean to. We have our own worries to focus on right now, anyways.
The day goes on. Let's see if their inlet's up. Give today another roll on the random weather. Cold! Goes from rainy to cold, but clear.
So
Dipping to a high of 31, a low of 21.
Chilly!
Seems that the storm was a meeting of the cold fronts and warm fronts, as it tends to be, and you have managed to come out on the cold side.
Wonderful.
Hey, son, can you try us some wood? Get a fire going.
I can try that. Heisan will. Oh, right, Heisan's already used performance creation for this day of travel. Okay.
Prestidigitation tries thing, doesn't it?
It can.
I think that was, yeah. So Heisan will just go ahead and do that. Start a little fire.
Absolutely. All right.
Ishbina will set up her trap for the night.
Absolutely. All right. Anything else you all would like to do before the end of the evening and another rest? End of day 2. You've made it a reasonable, let's say you haven't lost much, if any, travel time on today, luckily, given the roads. And ending today's travel, you are now near the foot of the mountain. Million Twig are looking kind of messy and exhausted. Very muddy paws, very tired. But happy to kind of be tuckered out and rest before what looks like to be a pretty big climb come the morning.
Yeah. I think Pashmina will make an effort to, like, give them something of a groom and a treat. It's like, oh.
Go ahead and make me an animal handling check. So, like, DC 10.
Oh, 9 plus 2.
Nice. You managed to lift their spirits pretty significantly. Like,
Poor
okay, cool.
lady,
Attention.
it's okay.
Good. And they are happy to hang out. And I think they I was about to say, they're definitely going to end up curling up around the fire.
Poor babies.
Alright, let's go ahead and... yeah. Take a rest. Zoran, planning on being on watch again?
Absolutely.
Alright. Go ahead and roll me that perception check.
Yeah, 1 second. Where's she at? Ooh, that is a natural 20.
Natural 20. Alright. What's it plus, just out of curiosity?
25.
Solid. So, night's winding down. Folks are getting rest again. And Zoran, looking up at the mountain, you can kind of trace up. It gets a lot muddier the higher up you go, but you can kind of see the trail that's been blazed up into the mountains, whether to go to the monastery or otherwise. Having led up from this particular road on the borders of Matla. And further up in the mountain, you see the flicker of some fire, as well as a bit of a column of smoke. And you can see some glinting in the moonlight in your direction. Even the probably not many miles is probably an overstatement, but at least quite a distance from where you are up the mountain. Looks like some kind of camp, and given you can see it all the way from down here, it looks maybe more like a bonfire than a fire. Looks like there's something going on further up the mountain tonight.
Is anyone else awake right now?
It's
The
first check of the
skeletons are.
watch. The skeletons are awake. Hassan, I assume you've been recasting Animate Dead
Yes, so essentially
to
a
maintain
third
control.
spell slot.
Yeah.
A third spell slot every day.
Sounds good. Let's say no. Looks like it seems like everyone else is nodded off for the time being.
And exactly, like, how far away is it? Or can I get, like, a rough estimation?
Yeah, perception 20. Let's say it's quite distant. It was difficult to spot in the first place, but you've managed pretty effectively. It's about half a day's travel up the mountain. Let's say, like, given that it's a hike, somewhere between like 10-15 miles. Very
Okay.
distant, but visible because of its height.
Is this, like, a recent thing?
Like
Did I basically see it happen?
start.
Yeah.
I mean, with a natural 20, let's say yeah. It didn't look like. I think that's a clue in for you that it's not like a settlement. If this was like some kind of village or settlement, consistent camping location, maybe a mining operation, something like that. They probably would have been burning the fire long before it went dark. But you managed, I think it's what caught your eye is like, okay, cool. Scanning over the mountain. Excellent. Dark. Beautiful. What's that? Way in the distance? Oh,
Yeah.
that's weird.
I don't think I'm gonna do anything yet.
Say with
But
even
very
with
much a little more alert.
You can't actually make out the detail from this distance, but you can tell that the fire intermittently has obstructions by the way it, like, sheds light from that far up, implying there's probably figures. This is not something spontaneous. This is probably a fire that someone set.
Yeah.
Does not appear to be spreading. Does not appear to be like a forest fire. But some kind of camp going on up there.
Okay. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it.
Absolutely.
If it goes out, I might wake everyone up and be like, hey,
I think
You said there was a glint?
yeah, like, it seemed like there was some glints of probably off of something at metal or glass. Visible at a very long distance, generally.
Do we have a fire
could it be
going?
like a spyglass?
Hard to say at this distance.
Okay.
Seemed very erratic. I mean, actually, if you want to, go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Oh boy, my favorite. Don't worry, guys. I'm really good at these. That actually not bad. Another 17.
16 plus 1.
Yeah.
You get if couple things. If this was a spyglass on a 17, and you saw it, either it would stay that way because it would be pointed at you for an extended period of time, or you just wouldn't see it because if it was pointed at you, the glint would be in a different direction. The erraticness of this implies probably armor or polished metal of some kind.
Yeah. Okay. Fun.
Fair enough.
You do see it go out during the night, but it's a very gradual thing. You see it like dim slowly over time and then extinguish.
Oh, the fire died.
The fire, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Other than that, you're very confident in your lack of nearby threats this evening. Let's go ahead and roll versus that snare. Hacha! 4. There is a light snap deeper in the underbrush, and Zoran, you hear a light jingle.
A jingle?
Yeah.
I put a bell on the
Peshmina
snare.
put a bell
Oh my goodness,
on
okay.
the
I was
snare.
like, whose house cat did we just grab?
Yep, I had that same thought.
No, I said that I put a bell in the snare.
I just apparently my brain's apparently not here today. Love that.
Whose house cat? Oh no.
Okay.
That'd be so sad.
I'm not going to wake Pashmina about that just yet, but when it's a much more decent hour, I will.
For sure. All right. The night passes otherwise uneventfully, and it becomes morning once again. It's time to roll on the weather table. It's time to begin the hike. It is rain again.
Oh my god.
But
it's gonna rain the entire time. It's gonna rain every single day of this
just
shit.
normal rain. So we're looking at a high of 51, a low of 32. Some moderate wind, but not so much a storm. You're not in any danger attempting to do climbing or hiking today. It's just also going to suck.
Pashmina goes to check her trap.
Yep. There is, in fact, an animal caught in it. And get the sense by its leg. You have, in fact, caught a rabbit. Unfortunately, this rabbit looks a little small on the small end. This is a tiny rabbit. I'm going to be comparing the size, the roll comparatively to the size. So since it was a 4, you've caught a very small rabbit. You've caught a tiny rabbit.
She lets it go.
All right. It quickly hops into the underbrush as soon as it is no longer restrained.
Sorry, little guy. I actually got lucky. Ugh.
Not quite pouring yet, but you can tell that the clouds are beginning to gather and starting to feel some drizzly drops as you are packing up from last night's camp. Millie and Twig look up at the sky and just like disappointment.
Is it getting? Are we getting to the point of like it's too much to have the cart with us?
Within about like a few hours travel, you will be.
Okay, I guess we'll take it as far as we reasonably can.
Yeah.
Just to save ourselves the trouble. We continue on.
All right. Travel quickly turns from a walk into a hike as everyone starts to make their way up the mountain. Zeron.
Hi.
You can tell as you all continue climbing that your path won't actually take you particularly close to where you saw that fire before. It seems to be actually fairly off the path given. And likewise, Peshmina, I would like you to start making survival checks, aided if you would like to be. For, at this point, making your way to the monastery will involve diverging from the known paths of the hike.
If anyone wants to help, they may.
Hey, son, we'll give you bardic inspiration if that's okay for these long checks.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that works.
I will help.
For sure. Everyone making an effort to not get lost.
That was... Oh, wait, but it's with help, so let me... Okay, that was an 18 plus 6.
18 plus 6, 24.
Did you re-roll the d10?
Oh, I did not add the d10 yet.
You may if you would like to.
I mean, I rolled a 24. I think
Yeah, but
that's...
you can make it even better.
And then
I
the
might have
bardic
to make
doesn't
more
technically
rolls.
last longer.
Bardic doesn't last, might as well.
Oh, okay. Then... Which one of you? Okay, this one.
D10 rerollable.
So, plus an extra 5.
So 29.
Yeah.
Almost a 30. Yeah, you are on point. Not a hard, not difficult to forge your own path. Given how much travel there has been with a 29, recalling the path, I think you actually managed to spot where the path exists. Since it is trodden, it's not exactly well trodden, but I think you actually get the sense that the fact that it was as easy to spot for you as it was not easy to spot, but the fact that the path is extant at all, trodden by whatever members of the order have been going to and fro from the monastery, implies to you that there's certainly been increased activity. That, like...
Yeah.
Like, when you came up and down the mountain, like, long ago, like, it wasn't even a path. You were just blindly following whoever was guiding you. But the fact that there are signs at all of a passage up toward the monastery implies that there simply have been more expeditions to and from it.
Gotcha. Curious, but I suppose it makes sense.
I think can Hassan send up a 3 every once in a while?
Yeah,
Just check
absolutely.
if there's anybody around.
Please do.
Yeah.
Back to the owl stat sheet. Owls have decent perception, right?
I'd imagine.
Maybe.
Sorry, I should also be keeping that owl.
Advantage
stat
on
sheet.
wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing and sight.
Ah.
So only has a +3. Technically is skilled in perception and gets advantage. Go ahead and make that for me. So that being a 14. Said every once in a while, right?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and roll one more for it then. Kind of moving around. 4 and a 2. All right. Good to know. I will keep rolling that as necessary, if necessary. First half of the day's hike is relatively uneventful. Oh, I almost forgot it was raining. Cha.
Pain.
Rain. Medium. Turn the exposure down. And fog up. Not that up.
And this will be the first day. This will be the first day of travel, correct?
The first day of the mountains.
Yeah.
You've got 3 days left, including this one, to get to the monastery proper. Although, again, with that which makes, frankly, the survival check to find the path even more impressive, given visibility is significantly lowered. But also, kind of realize moving up the mountain means visibility from the top of the mountain is severely lowered, so you have
True.
very little chance of getting spotted. At least today. When it comes to going up the mountain. For the first time...
Hypervigilance is kicking in.
Yeah, given that you are now moving up the mountain, particularly on the path that the monastery takes their operators and recruits, are you moving at a normal pace? Are you moving at a fast pace? Are you moving at a stealthy pace? How would you like to travel today? Stealthy being half speed, so you'd get half as much progress in a day. Fast being double speed, but disadvantage on stealth checks / advantage to spot you if anyone is looking. And normal pace being, you're moving normally.
I think.
Conditionally, in these situations, the let's say that effectively evens out. So, like, moving at a normal pace with rain cover means that you're actually going to be
I was going to say,
effectively stealthy. You can move at double pace with the same risk as normal pace, and moving... I'm going to say if you move at stealth pace, you would automatically succeed any attempts to not get spotted.
I think moving at a fast pace this far out might, well... We're still a couple days out, so it might not be a bad idea to head at a fast pace.
Maybe. Yeah, because it's, I mean, if it's the same risk as normal, and if we would have been moving normal anyways, then moving a little faster would not be too bad, all things considered. Kind of being given a boon here. I think Peshmina's a little torn, but is kind of both impatient, but also doesn't want to take too many risks. How are the girls holding up?
They're moving.
Alright.
Not having a great time, but they are being completely reasonable pack animals.
Okay.
Luckily, it's not thunderstorming, so they're not jumping every, 30 seconds anymore. If they had encountered the lightning storm further up the mountain, they'd be at considerably higher risk of bolting, because that lightning would be coming down on trees on the mountain.
It might become necessary to have maybe house them in the lantern if Zoran would be willing.
Am I able to?
Just dictates willing creatures, right?
I think so. God. Okay.
I mean, they can also...
with animals, so...
Huh?
I mean, Heisan could communicate with animals and perhaps could...
yeah, it just says willing creatures, so yeah. And it's up to 5, so it's technically the 3 of you and the and the foxes, if you want to everyone to hang out in the lantern at some point.
Bless.
That's actually so funny. It's the perfect
But not
amount.
3.
Three can
Three's
get
fine.
fucked.
3 is fine.
Well, three's carrying the lantern at that point.
And not Sedgwick and Gregson either.
I don't think
my
Sedgwick
God.
and Gregson are
Allowed in.
allowed in the lantern.
Zoran will not let them in. Just full disclosure.
I
There's been
don't.
enough dead things in his lantern.
I also think categorically they cannot be defined as willing creatures, given that they do not have will.
God.
It might also be useful to have them out potentially, but we shall see.
So
Okay, I think we're going faster.
sounded
I
like
think we're going
fast pace.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Sure.
All right,
might as well take advantage of the fact that.
let me go ahead and make some rolls then. Hacha.
Watch it bite us in the ass immediately.
Yeah, pretty much.
Where'd that die go? There it is. 3 not rolling well on perception.
God damn it.
Otherwise, I'm gonna roll a couple d20s. Okay.
Here goes. Goodbye.
Okay.
Okay.
Noted. You move at a fast pace. You really take to hiking. Peshmina, you are confident about this trail, which helps a lot. It especially helps given that it's raining, so it's a bit less dangerous than if you were just like free climbing the mountain. Even this further down, it's not particularly steep, so you don't need to be mega worried about like the incline. We're not talking like 40 grade. We're talking like, I don't know, 15 grade hike. Which is uncomfortable for sure, but it's not like you are not at risk of like if you slip bad on a rock falling all the way down the mountain.
Yeah.
So, kind of actually taking advantage of some of that mud for grip, given that it's particularly rocky and not soilish mud. You kind of manage to collectively power through the first day of hiking. Given the rain and the fast pace, I would actually like to see Constitution saves all the way around.
Oh boy, that's not great.
Not good for Hassan, at least.
Constitution saves?
Correct.
Oh, well, that's good. 17.
I rolled an 8.
An 8.
23.
23.
10.
10. 10 is what we were looking for.
Yes!
Shit.
So,
Yes!
Zoran, Loka, and Hassan really managing to power through. So I think Prestidigitation is doing Hassan a lot of good on the way up, trying to basically making sure that your clothing doesn't end up weighing you down a whole lot. Peshmina, I think the chill's kind of getting to you.
We've been away from this for too long.
You spent a lot of time in the Phasia, on the road, in covered wagons with people who are nice and warm.
Now you're traveling with skeletons in the mountains in freezing cold weather.
Great. Love it.
Luckily, as a group, you do, through 3 out of 4, you manage to keep pace. No problems therein. Any thoughts from the characters in the first day of traveling on the way up? This is a pretty grueling hike, but you are making good time. Oh, I gotta roll another. Anyway.
Sorry, what was the question? It kind of...
Any thoughts? Any thoughts from the characters? To each other or in general?
Hassan will say to Pashmina, we're getting rather... Our journey is getting rather close to its end. Do you have a and we still have not found a creature.
I know. I've been working on it. It's just...
What do you say we... Rain has a tendency to mold the shape of the earth. Perhaps a few animals will be flushed out of their burrows. Perhaps we can use 3 to find one ourselves.
I thought about that. Maybe 3 can't exactly snatch up something of that size, but if 3 can spot one for us, then...
I can go ahead and put it to sleep. Long enough to put it in that cage of yours.
Right.
Speaking of which, 3 flutters down from having gone on a little recon trip and lands on Hason's shoulder and begins squawking at you. Oh! Oh!
Hasan will say, Did you see something?
Oh!
Hasan casts Speak with Animals.
Lizards!
Lizards?
Lizards! A whole bunch of them! Well, I say a whole bunch. Probably like a couple dozen.
A couple dozen.
What? How large are we talking? You like some small lizards and snacks? you're
Points their
looking
beak
for?
at Loka. It's just like, about that big. Like spears and shields and stuff.
Oh, what? Oh wait, I can't understand it. Peshmin says nothing. Peshmin is looking inquisitively.
What direction?
Yeah, that way, and kind of like fly that way. I don't remember 3's voice. I think 3 just kind of had a kobold voice.
That way.
That way. Flies up in the air and kind of like flies toward a direction and then comes back to you and does that a couple times.
I think wait, now I remember 3's voice. 3's voice was just like very kind of like this. He just kind of talks like this, like, is there a snack in it for me?
Is it? Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Yep, thank you. It's, that way. Lizards.
Okay. They weren't wearing anything particularly red, were they?
I mean, some of them were red.
Okay.
They weren't wearing much of anything.
They're
Thank
Nikki.
you for telling me. Everyone, it would appear that we are not alone in these mountains right now, according to 3.
Oh, well, I
That
thought we
would-
knew that.
Oh, well, I suppose we do, but 3 has seen some, what I can only assume to be lizard folk, perhaps? Small lizard folk?
Small lizard folk.
And perhaps kobolds? I couldn't say. Some of them were
Oh.
red.
I wasn't aware of any that lived in the mountains.
Do I? Neither am I.
Do we need to skirt around them?
I'm not certain. They
assume-
were armed.
Then best not to risk it. I assume all that fluttering was them approximating their location?
They said that direction. How far, I'm not sure.
Alright. Peshmina tries to think, is there a good way to sort of reroute so that they still, like, kind of steer clear of that area, but,
Unless they're on a collision course with you taking your way up the current path should guide yourself away from them.
Okay. Then, luckily we're already, at least headed in a good way to not, unless they're headed directly for us.
Zeron, the direction indicated appears to be, given your pace up the mountain in particular, would be a rough approximation of where you'd seen that bonfire.
Sorry, one more time?
The direction that 3 and Hasan indicated that these funny lizards are in is roughly the same direction, given your position now on the mountain, where the bonfire would have been.
I'm gonna be so honest, I don't know anything about these lizards. I was gone for like 2 minutes.
Oh,
So,
sorry about that.
hold on.
3 spotted some lizards and hurriedly told Heisan some.
Okay. Sorry, I like came back and I'm like, wait.
I did not. I did not
wait.
see your BRB message. I
did not see
apologize.
it either. Yep,
Sorry.
sorry.
Some lizard people with spears and sticks and stuff.
Awesome. I will bring that up to the group then, because that's important. So everyone is now aware of the funny bonfire.
You didn't think to mention it before.
I didn't know if it was going to be important or not. I'm sorry.
Well,
At least nothing came of it immediately.
No. Thank goodness for that.
I mean, is anything even gonna come of it as it is? You know, like,
Well, no, hopefully. I was just saying that if we keep going in the direction we're going now, then we shouldn't collide with them unless they're coming after us, which kind of gestures to Heisan and N3 doesn't seem to be the case unless
there are an unknown factor as to why they are here. We don't know. They could just perhaps be living here for now. To set a little bit of note. Can Heisan do a history check to see if he knows of any sort of like nomadic kobolds or like lizard folk, of like any kind of nomadic peoples that live in this area?
Yeah, for sure. Peshmin, if you'd like to make a history or survival check, likewise, you may.
let's do a survival.
That's going to be a 19.
19?
9 plus 6 for
15.
survival.
Both good. History. Heisan, as far as you know, there's no, like... There aren't any civilizations, like there's no cities or whatnot, and kobolds tend to be non-nomadic, is something you understand historically. Most kobolds find a den, and that is where they live now, for like generations and generations and generations. Granted, generations are like 8 months, but like, as far as you're aware, like most kobold settlements kind of pick a spot and stay there. So the idea of nomadic kobolds is pretty rare, except in cases where they're like forced out of their homes by one reason or another. Usually bigger things trying to eat them.
Forced out of their homes, you say?
Peshmina, on survival, right?
Yes.
From what you know about like the geology of areas, you've been taught a bit about like your surroundings and monster fighting and stuff like that. The mountains are certainly like kind of the ideal habitat for kobolds. Like, they love this shit, especially when it comes to like the various caves and mines and complexes and stuff like that. But historically, you, and as far as you have been taught from the Order in particular, are not aware of any kobold settlements on the mountain. But it wouldn't be unlikely for them to exist here. Lizard folk, far less likely. Lizard folk tend to be very river focused. Like, weirdly, lizard folk probably a lot more likely to live somewhere like Matla, if it weren't such an agrarian society. Hence why you remember seeing a lot of river folk in the Natskog. Because it's both high density, high water, decent number of rivers, and then there's like wildlife all around. They tend to be more carnivorous, hunter focused.
Okay.
Could be dragons, very small dragons with spears and shields, or like some kind of I don't know, like frog people. Like, owl is not known. The number 3 is not known for being the smartest tool in the shed. So the description of lizards with swords, with spears and shields, is pretty nondescript. But if you're looking into like kind of the species history, geography of the area, kobold seems the most likely.
Gotcha.
Hey, so
Well,
I'll
Sure, you
speak
will.
up and say, if it's kobolds, I can't imagine they would be moving out in the open unless they had been kicked out of a former residence. And kobolds have been known to shack with to live with amongst dragons. Perhaps they were forced out by a certain mercenary band or a certain organization we know. I think
Maybe.
it might not be a terrible idea to at least see what they are up to.
We're already on such a...
You're technically ahead of schedule right now. Because of pace. But it would require a little bit of a detour.
Are you proposing we just go and quietly observe? Or are we... Surely we're not doing diplomacy with these... We kind of have our own agenda going on.
True. But they've been here, but they have been here for most likely a longer time than we have recently. They would perhaps know if the monastery has been the movements of the monastery, perhaps.
We have no way of knowing if they're hostile from here, I don't think. If they're technically armed, I don't know how interesting.
Could just be hunters. I suppose this is a decision for all of us. I will just let it be known that I'm interested by these creatures.
I say if we have the time. But I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea.
We're technically doing well on time. It's not as though we had a set time to do all of this in, though I would rather it be done quicker than not. But there's a chance that while we're on track now, this could, if it turns into a kerfuffle, we draw more attention. Maybe we blow the whole thing. I don't know.
What do you think, Zoran? Do you think it's best to simply... What do you think?
I don't know. Honestly, it might just be better to avoid it. We can't risk to give away our position. Just in case they are hostile, we don't know.
Well, then with Loka's rather neutral vote, and yours regarding caution, I suppose we just avoid them then.
Sounds like a plan. Who's ready for the second half of that march?
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah, I think Loka not having a problem. Rain feel good. Loka, how about would you mind making me a nature check?
Sure. What's my nature? +5 on that? Okay. Oh, fuck. It was almost a 17 and then it popped onto a 3. That's going to be 8.
8 total?
Yeah.
Hard to get a read. I think the situation, like, here... It's not geography you're particularly familiar with. It's definitely a new kind of location than what you've been to before. It certainly has a different kind of vibe and energy to it in general. But I think particularly with the foxes kind of complaining all the way up, it's kind of hard to focus on the land around you, especially with such a task at hand.
Mm.
All right. Any further thoughts from our characters as we continue at a heady pace up the mountainside? Currently, at this rate, if you will be finishing today only 1 day away from the monastery, which is a day ahead of schedule.
All right. If we get to a point where we're settling in dry, I think Pashmina is going to send a very short note to Fortune and Jaxel that says, we're very close. You'll know when we're there. And in like emphasizing, like fucking double underlined in like almost like all caps, like, do not attempt to scale the mountain. Stay put, and our friend Hasan, Birdman, like bird guy, will come to you. We will be handling your transport away from the monastery. Please trust and listen to him.
All right.
And we'll send that once it's like actually like dark.
Sounds good. I think you get a reply actually very quickly thereafter. That's from Jaxel in particular, going like, "Hey, it's me, Jaxel. Are you sure you're very confident in your friend's ability to do magic? And you're sure that would be a better plan than us climbing down the mountain? Please respond ASAP."
Yeah, Pashmina responds almost immediately, and it's just like, listen, I've made the trek. It was bad. Do not attempt it, especially with that many people. Just wait for Hasan, he will handle it.
You get a Carthax's back that is a very small note that just says, "Okay."
Okay.
All lowercase, no punctuation.
Well. Cool. So, once that's handled, is it still raining, like, into the night?
Let's see. Come on, Don John. No, but it is windy. As the rain lets up, in the evening.
Right, because I think Pashmina is gonna set up the snare, but I think she's changing tactics. I think she's actively going, like, hunting tonight, like, is going to try and catch something by hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so you've got the snare set out. Go ahead and make me a survival check to try and catch something, and I will roll for said animal.
Alright. Come on. I'm begging. 19 plus 6!
19 plus 6, 25. Roll with advantage, then. 12. Perfect. So, you hear the snare go off and catch something. But you're already focused on what you think is a particularly large jackrabbit. Having kind of rounded the corner, you're following some steps, a little bit of bush rustling. How do you catch it?
I think Pashmina uses invisibility. And knowing it's windy is going to try and stay to where she knows her scent isn't being blown towards this rabbit.
Yeah.
And I think if she can step quietly enough, is just going to try and, like, scruff it.
Yeah,
like,
you just grab it.
Yeah.
Easy enough. Unharmed. Complaining. Kicking. For sure.
I'm sorry.
It's got its little horns.
little horse.
It's a jackrabbit.
Wait,
It's a jackalope.
it's a jackalope.
Wait, what am I thinking of? Am I thinking of jackalope?
I think you're thinking of a
I was
jackalope.
thinking of jackalope. I meant jackrabbit.
The Great American Jackalope.
The Great American Jackalope.
Bow.
I love that short. That's so cute. Anyways. I think, she...
Yeah, fuck it. This is a fantasy setting. It's a jackalope.
It's a jack... Aw, jeez. She is going to very apologetically put it in the cage.
It looks upset.
Yeah, I think she gives it, like a little, like, half square of, like... I don't know.
Rations.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and... Perfect. No one needs to roll tonight. In fact, before anyone even starts going to bed, you see, further down the mountain, having made great progress, another enormous bonfire kick up. Further down. They rolled a 1 on their stealth check. So that they have certainly made the decision to... this is the best idea for them. Best decision. The smoke will cover it. It's fine. As there is just an enormous fire raging further down the mountain. You are much closer to that location than you were when Zoran first spotted it, having made very good time up the mountain. But it's probably like a mile away. Relevantly, are you all making a fire tonight? Given the distance, time traveled, so you were at it halfway through midday, day's travel. Yeah, I guess closer to 5 to 10 miles down trail.
A mile is quite close in terms of, yeah, okay. Hold on.
Hey, Son is gonna say to 3, if we're making camp, is going to say, 3, I would like you to go back there and just look at them for a little while. Stay reasonably distanced, but can you just look at them for a while?
Sure. I knew that.
Yep. And
Flies off.
and Son is going to go ahead and we'll look at to the others and say, I'm going to go ahead and look through his eyes, so I'm not going to be able to see for a while.
We'll look out for you.
Thank you. And Hasan is gonna go deep dive Matrix Inception into
Plugging in.
to plug into 3 vision.
So it does find familiar. Familiars do it is Oh, okay, so that's separate. So it says while your familiar is within 100 feet of you, you can communicate with it telepathically. Period. Additionally, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn, gaining the benefits of any special senses that familiar has. Given that those are separate sentences, I think you can do the eyes and ears outside of 100 feet.
Okay.
All right, then yeah.
That is up to you.
No, I think that's reasonable because like you can't communicate, like you can't say anything about what, like the familiar is kind of on autopilot at that point. So I think that's fine. Yeah, you kind of go dark as you see 3's having a very good time just gliding down the mountainside. It's a little rough because it's windy, which only appears to be feeding this bonfire more. And as 3 floats down the mountain to get closer, fully unnoticed, by what you see is a reasonably sized party of armored kobolds.
Armored.
Various colors, mostly red and black, kind of a sooty black, armed with what looks like bronze spears and these kind of towering shields, each about the size of the kobolds themselves. And several of them, in addition to the shields and spears, have helmets. Some have little swords, little gladiuses. There's one kobold that stands just like barely taller than the rest of them that's holding like a tall brass pole with a banner on it.
Oh god. Not the Kobold Legionnaires.
And they are hanging out.
Legionnaires.
They are kind of partying around the bonfire. They're getting warm. They're shaking water off. It looks like they have not traveled very far today. You can hear through Three's ears too, right?
Yeah.
All right. Would you mind rolling me a stealth check for 3?
Okay.
We're gonna say advantage. Oh, it's got +3 with stealth. That's pretty sick.
3 gets +3.
Yeah, and +3 in perception.
Alright.
That's appropriate.
That's 15.
15, more than enough.
Actually, okay, yeah.
So 3's able to get quite close to this little band. And you look down as you see the slightly taller one plant the banner in the ground, stand next to it, raise a fist in the air and go, "Form up!" And you see the other kobolds scramble to grab their shields and spears and like assemble in front of the leader kobold in something resembling a square formation. All standing at more or less attention. A couple of them have helmets kind of like jostled to the side or covering their eyes. And they go, "All right, it's been a week since we were discharged from our home mines, and we're gonna find somewhere else to stay. Unfortunately, we can't. Underground is a lot easier than overground, so we haven't gotten very far. But I have been told, with a vision from God, that there is a place to stay, perhaps some mighty fortress upon this mountain, that we may claim to be our own.
No.
And we'll find it one day. We'll find it. All right, at ease." And they all just like scramble off back to jump around and hang around the fire.
I would say just like, I don't know, throwing rocks around.
Yeah.
Fighting.
They're playing a game of throw each other over the fire. Where they collectively pick one up and try and toss them over the entire fire, and there's another group of kobolds at the other side that usually catches that kobold.
God, what a fun game.
You only get burned like 50% of the time.
Here we go, making a history check again.
For why?
That's a 30. Is there any sort of motif that he can recognize from these kobolds, or is this just absolute slapshot? Means nothing. Are these just some random kobolds? Do they have?
So, kind of looking around the group, kind of like continuing to peer through Three's eyes at the group. Among the armaments, they also actually appear to have a decent chunk of mining tools. Roughly hewn and like not particularly fine, but certainly functional. In addition to their various weaponry, it looks self-smithed. Everything's very much sized for kobolds. But like as far as historical precedent, like there's no group that this is aligned with. I think on history you get the sense that they're probably referring to either Tiamat or Bahamut when they talk about their various god. I think continuing to listen in, you eventually you get one person who's just like, why did hey, fearless leader, could you remind me why we had to leave? And the leader goes, "It was haunted! Whole mountain's haunted!"
What?
And the first kobold goes, "Well, I can't argue with that. Mountain's haunted, gotta go, I get it." And he goes back to his post.
We don't like ghosts here. I don't like ghosts. Do you like ghosts? No.
Scary.
I I think that one time, if you see a ghost, you become a ghost.
Give me an investigation check, Heisan.
I thought you meant for me for a second.
No, that would be very funny. History to see if you turn into a ghost when you see a ghost.
Yeah.
Wait, how much do you know about ghosts? Oh my god.
As
a
a group
30?
of people who have all now
Yeah, it's
seen
another
ghosts.
30.
That is a 30
Jesus
investigation.
Christ.
Yeah, 3 is just like got the download on these kobolds, really like peering around, looking around. They made you hear mention that they left their cave, mine, whatever, because it was haunted. You see signs around the camp that there definitely used to be a lot more of these kobolds. Like, whatever they have identified as the cause of them leaving is medium suspect, for sure. But, like, there's probably a couple dozen kobolds here. From the way they talk to each other and have various supplies, and you start to get a sense from, like, the symbols and necklaces and jewelry they wear around them, there was probably like 100 kobolds before, and there are not anymore.
Oh no.
Heisan is just gonna be like, Heisan knows 3's gonna come back at some point.
Yeah.
Heisan is gonna briefly come out and say, "Oh, they are absolutely not on the side of whoever of the monastery. I don't know why we'd even think they were on the side of the monastery. These are some bumbling legionary fools."
I never thought they were on the side of the monastery. I just thought they might be looking out for their own interests, and who knows what that might be.
They appear to be, as we thought, some exiled kobolds from their old home, looking for a new home. They seem to be convinced that there is a large fortress on this mountain for which they can claim as their own.
If they're thinking of somehow laying siege on the monastery, they're gonna go extinct.
Yes.
Unless we help them.
Oh, gods.
Yeah. Thing is, I'm not sure we can exactly... Do we truly think it's a good idea to perhaps negotiate with them to siege down and potentially destroy this place? Because I am fairly certain that we are not destroying this monastery. We do not have the strength to do that.
Oh,
I
no,
will like to remind you of everything that happened last time. We tried to go up against Zeal and...
I know. The intention is to get the children out.
Then I believe if that is the purpose, then these kobolds, while may not be a threat to... may be a... I think they may get in the way in some way. I have an idea. Let's say we send them a letter. These seem to be very suggestible kobolds. Or at least I believe I could make it suggestible. That we have a potential home for them, and all they need to do is bring us a small animal.
Oh, I already...
Oh, we are... oh, we need that.
brings forward the...
Oh, no, that's good, but we need that one for the children. I can send them to a far-off abandoned tower, say far east of here, that we happen to know has a teleportation circle.
The Spire? Really? It's cold there. Well, I mean, it's cold here too right now, but it's even colder there.
I mean, maybe we can ask them if they want to go to the snowy mountains.
I only know so many teleportation circles, and I am not sending them into the middle of a city. I don't want to know how that will end.
Oh, badly. That will end badly.
I wonder if... I don't know if they would like to be sent to the jungle either.
Hmm.
Well, I would say probably ask them where they want to go instead of just, shipping them into the middle of something that they're not prepared for. Because honestly, we could send them to, like, Fae here.
Feihu... Bodyguard for... elite bodyguard of legionaries for Feihu and Guinevere.
Yeah, there you go.
Also, keep
But-
in mind that teleporting them there leads to, where the circle is.
Yes, into the Horde. That would be an
Exactly.
issue. Ah, dear.
Yeah, but don't kobolds, like, serve dragons or something?
Yes, that is the old lore. That is the basic stereotype. Yes. That's supposedly the reason they were birthed onto this planet. I'm guessing that is that still lore in Gaiul that.
As far as you know, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the first kobold you ever met was Feihi's assistant, Safi.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we
Kinda
need
holds
to
up.
start a bit of a. So I think we need to start this dialogue at the very least, because I think they're going to be a problem and cause trouble in us trying to do escape. They seem completely ill-prepared and will not go along with anything we try to do.
Useful in that context for you at this point, Hassan, in kind of like viewing this and strategically, like, if you make it up the mountain in the next couple days, like, they seem to have no clue where it is or how to get there. If you keep, I think, not even you get the sense, me at the GM telling you, given the situation, like, if you keep moving, they're not going to be a problem. Maybe there'll be a problem on the way back down, but, like, I mean, not if you stay out of their way or don't, aggress them. They seem to be keeping to their own, if only out of incompetence.
I think Pashmina speaks up and it's just like, as much as I do truly empathize with their plight, at best, they could serve as part of this big distraction, but ultimately it's not necessary and they'll just get hurt and get in the way. It would be better to just warn them away from the monastery if we're going to talk to them at all. Because, I mean, between Ingrid, Zeal, and Belloar, they'll just get turned into poor little puddles of kobold.
Then perhaps we do our moral duty and warn them.
If you want to take the lead on that, go ahead.
Alright. Are you sure this is okay? I'd be happy.
I mean, as long as you're not, like, telling them where the monastery is so that they can charge in and get, again, turned into kobold mush.
I have an idea. Hassan will try to pen a... Hassan will say, Zeron, I may need your help with this. And wants to form like a diplomatic letter to the general, to the centurion, so to say. To say, oh great kobold centurion, we have seen your or would Zoran be willing to help with that?
I think they're confused, but sure.
Okay. Oh, great Centurion leader. We are but an humble group of adventurers who have heard of your plight. Rest assured, we can insist in finding you a new place of residence. We only we will a new place of residence. We believe the fortress to be. We have heard of the fortress, but we have not found it. We believe it to be unassailable. We have other ideas. Or should we mention mention the monastery? No. No, he won't mention the monastery. He said, "We have ideal locations for kobolds to take for a mighty group of kobold legionnaires such as yourself to take up shelter. All we would need is a small captured animal, and we would be able to assist you." And in great deference, Hassan, the Arakakra.
Excellent.
And he's going to, like, when 3 comes back, tie it to his leg, and say, "I find it, forgive me if I find, but I do find it necessary, I do find it a good thing to do to help these creatures. Are you sure is everybody okay with me doing this?"
Oh, I think it's a terrible idea, but I'm not going to stop you.
Oh, well, that's good. Hassan will send out 3 then with the letter.
All right.
Just drop.
Yeah, I think 3 has the intention of like keeping it in their claws so that they do not have to get within grabbing range of any kobolds.
Yeah.
Drops it right into the fire.
We'll point out, we'll give them a little location that they had previously crossed where they can ease a bit away from camp, if that's okay.
Sure. All right. They go off on their little mission. Oh no. Laundry basket. Yeah, you do so, and you're planning on delivering that tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you watching through 3's eyes? Yeah. Or are you planning on getting some rest? Okay.
Watching through 3's eyes.
You've got a little bit more time before you need to rest, and playing this out is entertaining. Yeah, so 3 flies down. Takes a while for 3 to get that far down the mountain again. Kind of flies over, gives a whoo to alert the kobolds to their presence, and then drops the note down pretty close to the centurion, the leader, who picks it up and goes, a note. All right, where's the smart one? You can read, right? You, yes. I knew you'd come in handy. All right, here.
So we'll do it in Draconic and Common.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. All right, I don't remember exactly what you said. they get
great, mighty centurion.
We mighty centaur. Are any of us centaurs? Is this for us? I don't know. All right, let's keep reading.
We are but a humble group of adventurers who have heard of your plight.
Plight. Do any of you have the plight and you didn't tell me? You know that shit's contagious.
They're not gonna be able to understand this letter.
Oh no!
One of them is like, plight just means it's bad. Plight just means it's bad shit. And oh, I knew that. All right, continue reading.
we have heard you are in search of a new home, and can think of one or two such places where you may be able to make use of your oh so magnificent talents.
We've got fan club, I think. We've got, alright. People want to help. Someone wants to help. I think it's probably the spirits of the mountain in penance for it being haunted.
Some will say, if you would be so, if you would so kindly within the next day or two, make your way to this spot with a small animal in tow. We shall be able to talk more about your relocation to a suitable home. In great deference, Hasan, the Arakocra.
In great defense, Hasan, the Arakocra. Oh, that's one of those bird people. All right. Interesting. All right. Legion, form up! And they all get together. All right. So, I have just been informed that there is something we've been spied on. There is intelligence. People know of our plight, but they appear to have outed themselves as allies rather than enemies. Thusly, I believe it is our job to at least negotiate with such an entity powerful enough to go unseen amongst our group. So, it says here we need a small animal. We can do small animal, right? Don't kill it though, I think. We'll work on that in the morning. Everyone get a good night's sleep, okay? All right. Everyone go to bed right now.
Right now.
Everyone scatters to find soft rocks and moss to sit on, to lay on.
Boss, but I'm not tired.
It's too bad. Get under your shield and sleep like the rest of us. I think that is the majority, is people actually like pulling their shield up over top of them and then curling up underneath it for like makeshift shelter.
Blankies.
It seems like decent shelter, all things considered. It is certainly not particularly comfortable, but it probably actually functions fairly well as shelter.
Oh my god.
Hasan will say, they seem to have accepted the note, although they're not particularly good at reading.
I would imagine so.
But yes, hopefully within the next day or so they will catch up to us.
Oh, good.
So they're coming to us?
Are we just meant to stay put then? Because I thought we would be making some progress. I mean,
I'm sure we are ahead of schedule, yes?
I like a
technically.
day.
Given the amount of progress the kobolds have made since their previous bonfire location, it might take several days for them to get to where they are currently. You marked it on, like, a map?
Hasan would inform him of the trail they followed.
Well, we'll see.
That's not great.
Uh-oh! Did Hasan do what every wizard does and not think about the consequences of their own actions?
Here's hoping that they're not smart enough to follow the trail, because that is exactly where it would take them that we did not want it to take them.
We can go deal with it on our way down. They won't be making
Yeah.
too much progress.
Yeah.
Something for us to do.
Okay.
Another group of people for us to help.
Hooray.
Incredible. I'm gonna go look for another small animal.
They'll
Another
be
one?
bringing one on their own.
I don't entirely trust it. And I'd rather have a backup just in case.
Yeah.
Alright, so now to figure out how to trap an animal.
Do I need to set the snare again?
Which would be helpful.
I'll go set the snare again.
If you want to work together, one of you can roll with advantage.
I'll give that to you, because I cannot do survival.
Alright.
All right, I'll roll for the snare, and then you can roll survival for the hunt.
It's with advantage.
5. Yep.
11 plus 6.
Plus 6. Excellent. I'll roll twice for that. You do catch another little one in the snare.
Yeah. Alright,
Excellent.
Wimpy. I can do the wilds with you.
You catch another small jackalope with the help of Zoran. I think Zoran helps to spook it basically into your path.
Can they both fit in the box? In the
Yeah, it's
cage?
yeah. A little snug.
Yeah. Well, you've got a friend for the next day. Kashmina just looks distraught, putting these poor animals, it's just keeps giving them, little treats. Okay. I think we have enough now.
We need more small animals to satisfy Hason's bloodlust.
Look, I'm sorry. I just wanted to do stuff with the kobolds. I'm sorry. Am I doing stuff out of character?
No, you're good.
No, in fact, you're doing stuff very in character.
Yeah.
Hasan loves to meddle. It's just what Hasan does.
It's
Much
something
to
I've
everyone's chagrin.
learned. All right. It is rest time. Zoran, go ahead and make me that perception check.
Alrighty. Oh, that is another natural 20.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
Wow.
Big brain, big eye today.
As the mountain clears up later into the night, you once again see the kobold fire dim and go out. And after you do, now that the mountain is merely moonlit, you're camped not too far from the path on the way up. You looking up the mountain towards your destination, can't quite see the peak it sits upon yet, but you do see some movement every once in a while. Nothing close enough that it'd be a threat, but a change in silhouette far up the mountain that you would guess to be humanoid. Not guess, you know to be humanoid and not animal. In alerting you to the presence that there may be people out among the mountains from the monastery, keeping watch on the mountain and mountain path. Luckily, from where you are right now, you're tucked out of sight, far out of the way of such individuals. But you know that it may be useful to look out for them as you make your way tomorrow.
Understood. I'm gonna just ultra watch again tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very much focused on those points.
Yeah. You see the same silhouette pop up in 2 particular places 4 times throughout the night. Clearly on some kind of regular patrol.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Other than that, the night passes peacefully. And we'll get set up in the morning. Let's go ahead and take our 15.
Sure.
And then we will be back with the following day.
Sounds good.
I might extend that to a 20, because I'm going to need to fill a board with minis.
Oh boy! I will be back.
So, gonna pause. Back shortly.
Hello.
Quick.
All right, let's play Dungeons and Dragons. I have unpaused the recording.
Every
right.
soul has its dark.
Jesus Christ.
John Dark Souls, if
Ready.
you're listening, I love you.
All right, so it is morning. Let's see how the weather is. Let's see if it's still raining. Cloudy, moderate, 52 to 40.
All right.
Very reasonable. Cloudy, so not quite all the way clear, which is relevant.
Maybe a bit foggy.
Yes. Let's go back to Forest Day. All right. It is the morning of the last day. You've got about a day's worth of normal pace travel until you reach the monastery. What's the plan as you all start to rouse at the beginning of today? Zeron spotted some potential sentries last night. Very good spot against the silhouette of the sky late last night. But other such, you've got a day. And it looks like the kobolds probably won't be bothering you.
Honest to God, I think slow pace is the best way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point,
Especially with the things, I'd rather take a little extra time.
Yeah, I almost forgot that we were now looking out for like patrols on.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd rather take a little bit more time and be absolutely safe.
You give yourself
True
the
that.
extra space now that you've taken the extra pace up in the rain. You got an opportunity to move a little bit more slowly.
And also we have kobolds to worry about now, apparently.
I mean, they're moving incredibly slow. I'm sure we'll get in, get out, and we'll meet them on the way down.
Honestly, them kind of going in the same direction is good for us because they're probably going to be a lot less stealthy
I
than
was
we
gonna
are.
say if they can just draw the attention away from us, then like, sorry, but
I'm certainly going to be making some rolls.
Yeah. So, we'll see.
I think Kason today, besides sending up 3 to do little patrols, is going to pen a letter to Feihu about the kobolds and whether there would be space, for a little armed security of armed security of Mirage.
Yeah. All right. So you continue moving up the mountain. You send off your letter. I think you get a response back, not too long thereafter, with just a bit of like, that's a lot of kobolds, but
Feel free to say no.
are they friendly? Like, here, given the considerations. We have the space, we have the means, but would want to ensure that such a community would be comfortable in the desert climate, first off, and would be amenable to, frankly, a rather unexciting lifestyle here in our small oasis town. If you so intend to resettle these kobolds, given a little bit of time, we can make room and space for them, and would rather give them an opportunity than allow them to wastrel or wander or otherwise come to harm. But I suppose only with assurances that they would not become too much of a rowdy force. The 2 kobolds we have in town already are are not the least troublesome. Safi does his best, but
Safi's a good egg.
and Lorm tries.
Too much. Lorm does too much.
Hassan will write back. They seem fairly bent towards authority. If I'm sure you would have very little I'm sure you wouldn't have too much trouble cajoling them. That being said, I will be sure to negotiate with them. I have multiple places in mind that I could steer them towards.
Keep me updated. We're still absorbing the contents of your last letter somewhat as well.
Yes, I apologize. Oh yeah.
I'd be curious if Guinevere is older, she would consent to any kind of, or even be interested in the first place to a ritual of lineage. But the subsection under Sharpfang Darkclaw has me somewhat concerned for her. Well, I'm glad she's with us now. And what came before does not matter. Stay safe on your journeys. Make good decisions. We shall be here for when you return.
Alrighty then. Well, that settles that. Yay.
Alright. Going stealthy up the mountain.
Yep. Should I make some rolls for 3?
For stealth
Or do you
reasons?
Or
3 is an owl on the mountain. 3 is not an uncommon sight. I think 3 is fine.
Okay.
For the time being. I would, however, like rolls from everyone else.
Yeah.
What we rolling? Stealth?
Stealth. Straight stealth.
Oh shit.
Just flat?
Yep.
Cool.
go ahead.
Moving at half pace.
Ooh, okay.
Can I go ahead and give Bardic to Loka?
Sure.
I would love that. The D10?
Yes. Rerollable.
I'll reroll it just for the hell of it. Oh, perfect. That's going to bring me up to an unnatural 20.
Nice.
That's going to be a 13 for Hassan.
Alright.
I rolled up 4 plus 3.
Okay.
21.
21. Okay. So, 3 out of 4 are you really carrying the stealth roll. We got 2 20s and above. Peshmina, what's going on?
I don't even know. Like,
Just rattled?
Oh fuck, do I need to
Going
make...
back, the thought of it being back.
yeah, like, well, yeah, I was saying this kind of in the fucking, like, interim. It might have been gone, but, like, there's no way she's not, like, triggered to hell right now. Like, she literally fucking went down this mountain in the middle of the night after one of the most traumatic things of her entire life, and now she's walking back up this fucking mountain to the worst place she knows. Like, she's a little fucked, like, emotionally right now. Like, so if she might just be just out of it. She is, like, normally she would be so careful and so, but, like, she's, like, lost in her own head. She might literally be, like, dissociating, who knows? She is...
And thus, stepping on twigs.
Yeah.
Running into stuff. Not
And
particularly
stepping on
mindful of
twig.
surroundings, necessarily. You step on twig?
No! She wouldn't step on the girls. Aww. Step on twig.
I think there's a couple close calls. Almost stomp on the tail. But are able to control yourself somewhat to not do so. But fortunately, your lack of stealth performance, so to speak, is somewhat outweighed by the excellence of Zeron and Loka in this moment, and the competence of Hassan.
One sec, I do actually need to ask, should I be rolling for the skeletons too?
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead. I was about to say you can't. We've established that you can transport them in the bag of holding.
Okay, if Zeron's okay with that, then.
What's up?
If Zeron's okay with having them in the bag of holding.
The skeletons.
I mean, it's technically not my bag of holding.
Okay.
So,
Zeron...
it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Then, yeah, you're good to go. That wise. Can I get perception checks? As you continue to make your way up.
Oh my god.
Can I let 3 do mine?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So
Not so good.
He'll do his with advantage, I believe.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. 11?
That's a 22 for 3.
Oh, at least 3 is doing something.
13. Wait, yes, 13, never mind.
7 plus 2.
All right.
9.
Well, you're very focused on not moving loudly during today's travel, but luckily for you, 3 is keeping an eye out in general. Ended up with a 22, you said?
Yes.
3, when it manages to spot those patrols. Now, moving pretty quickly through the travel for today, since you're moving stealthily. Yep. Let's go like... 3 manages to spot the patrols that Zeron had pointed out the night before. It looks very sparse. It looks like they're basically just barely keeping eyes on what's around them. And by patrols, we just mean 2 order members. There's one patrolling kind of like a bit further down the mountain along the exterior, and 3 actually manages to spot they've got like a little camp in one of the caves nestled into the side of the mountain. Where they kind of go and stay. It looks like they only visit back to the monastery occasionally. And another one higher up the mountain, closer to the monastery, which, from your position on the mountain now, about half a day away, you can see the kind of alabaster stone of the monastery in the distance, up on the peak of the mountain. But with that spot, coming up with the next day's stealth, or even later today, you know what to avoid. Can see where they patrol, how they spot, where they look, with 3 having a very solid aerial view of these things, being able to spot these 2 figures from the treetops and blend in naturally, simply being an owl among the trees. You have a good sense of where to avoid. And can see the trail now more defined this high up the mountain, leading up towards the main entryway into the monastery, being those large stone staircase. First carved into the mountain and then protruding from it as it gets closer to the monastery. You've got one more night tonight. Are you making camp? Are you making a fire?
No thought.
Yeah.
My son's going to say, "Oh, right, but this is fall." My son is going to suggest we can't light fire right now, and we have to see. How is the weather
For tomorrow?
for today? For
Today?
tonight?
It mildly cloudy.
Okay.
Not fully clear, but not storming or
Okay.
anything.
But we do have to keep out of sight. So maybe it's a good idea. Hey, someone bring up.
Zoran, you can fit many people in that lantern.
I can.
Perhaps it would be best if we place this lantern in a safe location. Leave skeletons and 3 out to put this in a safe place, and us and the Fennec Foxes into your lantern for tonight.
I'm fine with that.
All right, huh? Maybe we'll see. Well, hopes that we do not see your friend. tonight.
Immediately look sour at that.
What about our unfortunate little kind of gestures to the 2 rabbits? They'll have to stay out, no?
Yeah, probably.
If you want to roll survival, you could create like a little shelter for them.
Yeah.
Bad idea to light a fire, but would keep them dry and warm if it rains or gets too windy.
Yeah. They're wild animals. They're not. They wouldn't need a fire necessarily, but definitely a shelter. 16 plus 6.
Yeah. You are definitely able to craft a little exterior from branches and twigs and whatnot, such that your unfortunate captives are comfortable. Looking up at you with big beady eyes.
Pashmina, I don't even think Pashmina really looks at them. I think she's been kind of avoiding interacting too much to avoid getting any sense of attachment, but... oh. Alright.
Then it's evening time.
Yeah.
Hopping in the lantern? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring everyone in.
Alright. Including Millie and Twig?
Yes, it's gonna be a little cramped.
Alright. You hop in. It is laden with cushions. It is dry and warm. There is a fire in a little bit of an enclosure in the interior. It's a very cozy, comfortable environment.
Pillows are gonna get all over them.
Emra is not here to be found currently.
Thank God.
Had to think for a minute about that one.
Valid.
But the interior is warm, safe, and quiet. And yeah, you're able to have a nice little rest, and very quickly too, right?
It's, yeah. A short rest is 10 minutes.
Short rest is 10 minutes, okay.
Yes, it doesn't say anything specifically about long rest.
Gotcha.
Hmm.
How long are you allowed to stay in there?
I think it's 8 hours.
Because it changes per level, right?
I think it does. I don't remember off the top of my
I was
head.
gonna say, I thought it was
Real
only
quick.
4, but that might have been a while ago, so...
I
give me
remember 4 as well, but
It's,
I also
I
don't know if it
think it's
changed.
like a dumbass amount now, just because. Give me one sec. It's never where I think it is.
The
So I have to try and,
bottled
like,
respite
re-find it.
feature. Where is you?
action? 8 hours.
8 hours. So yeah, you can
Wow.
have a full long rest in the lantern, which is so much more
That's quite
comfortable
wild.
than outside. So much more
Yes.
comfortable than outside. And with some laborious use of prestidigitation, you can both keep your own cushions clean and keep Millie and Twig from making anything too messy. They are both claiming the biggest cushions they can as soon as they get in there.
Yeah.
I better leave my cow alone! Not for foxes!
It is, like, perfectly posed too.
They
Like,
are.
they took the time to make sure.
You can tell Millie and Twig are definitely like gunning for it before you stop
No!
them.
No!
It's like shamefully like shirk away from it. Like
Not
Wanted
for
that.
you. You can have other treats. You can have toys later. Snuggles her cow possessively. Just like, mine.
I feel like Loka's just going to be laying on top of Millie and Twig in that case. Like, okay, if you're going to hog all the blankets, I'm going to be on top of you.
I think they are okay with that. All right. Yeah. Up to twice your proficiency bonus. Yeah, 8 hours.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You can get a nice, comfy, long rest on the interior, and it's very restful. It, as with the genie's respite action, the bottled respite action, like it is very restful rest. And you can see the exterior still from the inside. Hard to keep a watch on the outside, so we won't be making perception checks. But if anything were to come in the immediate area of the lantern, you would be able to know.
I mean, we can still kind of see outside.
Yes, very much so.
I would like to say that Peshmina makes a point of putting on one of the counter charms.
Okay, good to know.
Oh, that's right. How many of those
Kind
do
of-
we have?
I only have 2 more, and Peshmina is now wearing one.
Well, you got 3 total, right?
I gave one to Jaxel.
Right, so you have 1 more besides the one that you're wearing.
Yes.
All right. Anything else before rest? Five seconds of silence says no. So,
Yeah.
you all take another long rest. Now, half a day away from the monastery, morning rises again. You've got information about sentries. You've got a decent way up the mountain. You've got time. What is the plan?
Okay. I think Peshmina is making another letter for her parents, letting them know that they need to be ready tonight.
Yeah.
to accept these children, to come retrieve these kids. I mean, other than that, just getting the rabbits. What else? I don't think there's much else.
Time to make it happen?
I think so.
Although, Peshmina is going to quickly ask, hey son, do you have a way to... How are you going to get either of these animals where you need them to be? Will you be able to take them with you properly?
Can I carry a small animal with me?
Yeah.
If it's just a small rat? Yeah. Your son says, I can carry it with me.
They may be making noise.
Honestly, using sleep on them if they start to might be
Yeah.
best.
Yeah.
Just like wasting the first level spell slot.
Yeah. I'll...
If
That depends.
Peshmina drapes a fabric over it, does that calm them at all? Or
It would,
like...
yeah. Or wraps, rather, too, because then they don't necessarily know when they're being, like, hefted off the ground.
Yeah, then she'll try her best to kind of wrap it so that they still get, like, an amount of fresh air, but their vision is, like, obscured, so they're not so panicked. Sorry.
I'm sorry as well.
All right. Planning on making your way up the mountain?
I believe so.
Okay. Stealth check time. Because you are aware of where the sentry pads is, we're going to give everyone advantage on this.
Ooh.
I beg.
Okay. Look, I really needed it.
Oh, I really needed it too. Holy shit.
So did I. That would have been a 5, but now that's a 19.
Yeah, mine would have been an 8, but now it's a nat 20.
Nice.
Ooh, 21.
Again, 2 over 20s.
Mine was a 3 and then a 5 plus 3.
Oh my goodness.
Uh,
Oh, baby.
Tell me a little bit about your mental state as you are literally approaching the walls of the monastery, Peshmina.
I think she's just fucking shaking at this point. Like, she's been, so, maybe, like, okay, to everyone else, sort of, like, the last few days, she's just been emotionally distant. Kind of to be expected. Hasn't been, like, showing too much. She's been kind of withdrawn. This is that, but now she's also fucking trembling.
I think if nobody else speaks up, Loco will definitely be like,
Peshmina, are you okay?
Hmm?
Are you cold or?
Oh, I mean, it's a little chilly, but I'm not particularly cold, no.
Well, you're shaking. So,
Oh. Yeah, I guess I am.
okay. Are you shivering because you're cold? I mean, we can get you something if you're cold.
I'm not cold, Loka. Look, it'll be alright. Let's just keep going.
Okay.
Can I go and hold her hand?
Yeah, I mean, she won't stop you.
She would like to. And just kind of like gently squeeze it and be like, we're here for you every step of the way. I can only imagine what you're feeling, what you're thinking. We are here.
To be honest, I'm not sure what I'm feeling. I don't think I've been feeling much of anything these last couple of days.
I'm sure.
I think she gives Saron's hand a little squeeze and is just like, I appreciate it. There will be time to... I just want to focus on getting this done.
Of course. It'll be okay. Have faith.
If you say so.
All right.
He'll just continue to hold her hand the entire time.
Moving at slow pace, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
You do, in fact, successfully manage to make your way up unseen, given the, again, solid checks across the board. Sans one, narratively appropriately. And make it so that you may, in fact, approach the monastery. We're going to go there. It is becoming twilight as you manage your approach. An appropriate angle. Ooh, love these pillars. Exposure. What the fuck? Let's pull over here. So, you are largely free to make your approach however you want to. And there are now individuals present. It is twilight. It is not quite night yet. You obviously may wait for as long as you want to kind of observe and see what's going on. Depending on how well you make your stealth checks and how close you are.
Nice.
But you are now at a distance where you've slipped past the sentries and may approach at your will.
Kason says, I think this is best if we wait for nightfall.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the plan anyways.
Do we want to try hiding in the lantern till nightfall? Because I think it resets on a long rest.
It does reset on long rest.
So we could hide in the lantern to keep our position safe until then.
Yeah. We probably also want Millie and Twig to be in there during all of this, question mark? Or
They cannot stay in it if I'm not in it.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, then we also want to make sure that we find them a place to, like, wait if they will, stay in a spot, unseen without us for a while.
Taking
Want them to
advantage
be
of the
safe.
meantime to find a good place for Millie and Twig.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright. Go ahead and make me survival and animal handling. Anyone who would like to.
I'll help.
What is
Survival-
happening to me? What is
Survival
happening?
and animal handling?
Correct.
No! Alright, I'm useless. Peshmina's, like... Peshmina's dying. She's actively dying right now. She's... What?
Well,
That was a
I got
3 and a 2.
A 3 and a 2.
I got a
She's
12 and
gone.
a 15.
Good enough on
Wait.
both counts. I think, yeah, Peshmina, you start looking for a place to hide, to stow Millie and Twig, and I think just, like, staring at the familiar surroundings too intensely, like, it's hard to focus on anything else. But yeah, Loka, you managed to spot a decent little cave that you think you can... Million Twig would do well in and coax them inside. They seem content to stay. Definitely see Peshmina trying and not doing particularly well. Peshmina, what does it sound like? What, you got a 2 on animal handling?
I rolled 2 d20s. Is like it would have been survival first, so I mean, so 2 plus 6, but then
Is an 8.
animal handling would have been 2 plus 3, so like a 5.
What does trying to convince Million Twig to go with you in that state sound like?
I think she like. I imagine that they have something like reins or like any kind
They
of
have
like
tack,
accoutrement.
yeah.
So like, yeah. So like, I think she starts to like lead them, and then she just stands in place for like fucking 5 minutes. Just seems awfully vacant.
I think this is when Loka comes by, grabs them, stuffs them in the cave, comes back. I assume Pashmina is still just kind of standing in the same spot.
I think if you grab them, she kind of would have come out of it and would she'd maybe be standing in the same spot, like shuffling bashfully, like. Thanks.
Loka's gonna grab his Bident, and he's gonna crack you across the leg with it.
Look, what did you do that for? Oh,
Pashmina, we need you with it. Come on,
I'm
get it together.
trying.
I know. No more staring off into space.
Yeah, okay. I'm here. I'm here.
You're here, you're queer, let's do this! I just heard that word in town, I don't know what it means, but I like it.
God.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, I feel like I'm gonna pass out.
I can crack you with my
No,
the
stop that.
button again.
Nah, I'm fine.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to go into this with bruises already. Please.
All right. So, waiting until nightfall?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go
my dice up
ahead
this
and... Near.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
All right. What's 3 doing
So
in the
he-
meantime while you're all stowed in the lantern?
3 has been told to stay put, stay unnoticed.
Okay.
Because 3 might be recognized by a certain individual.
Oh.
It's true. All right. In that case, 3 is going on a worm hunt in the 3-foot diameter around the lantern, where he perceives he is allowed to be. If you hear any rustling noise, he quickly waddles over under some brush, and, peeks out,
Pecks at the ground.
annoyed.
The worms have come just after a rainstorm, and the worms have come up.
Yeah. Night falls, and you perceive that the activity within the monastery settles a little bit. There's less noise, less chatter. Things seem to go quite quiet other than the sounds of the mountain as night falls and the moon rises. We're going to roll for weather one more time here at the end.
Rain.
Cloudy.
Rain. Please
Not rain,
rain.
but cloudy, which means it's going to be quite dark.
Why dark vision?
So even on the mountain, where with the twin moons it would ordinarily be dimly lit, it is then going to be dark.
Woof.
How does one see if they have dark vision or not?
It would be in
It's under
features,
senses.
right? Oh, senses.
Ah,
It's under like passive whiz and like insight, perception, investigation.
All the way on the left.
well, clearly I don't have it because it doesn't say.
I do.
I think you were the only one.
I do not.
Hasan has night vision goggles he could give someone, but I think he might need that to be navigating the side of a mountain and not crashing into things.
Seems reasonable.
Alright. Hasan will will take the cage. And say to you guys, alright then. Plan one more time. I go up there. He points over to the outcropping. I set up a weapon. I set up the catapult. When the first rocks start falling, that's when to make the distraction, and that's when the distraction should begin.
All right.
With it.
Yeah.
So, is there a patrol by the by the barracks right now?
Here,
At all?
let me go ahead and enable torches on all minis that are out and about.
Or can we see if there's even a patrol with all the dark? I should ask that first.
Well, luckily, most of the buildings are at least somewhat illuminated.
Okay.
So there's a decent chance you'll be able to spot them. I also need to move a couple of the young'uns indoors. Yep. Hanging out in the barracks, doing
Oh my
barracks
gosh.
stuff.
Babies. Oh my god, there's so many.
I'm surprised that they need people to guard. It's so high up in the mountains, you know?
Looks like they might have tightened up security a little bit.
Rude.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's not like they have someone who actively might have a reason to come back and start trouble.
So, as far as there is one. Actually, you know what? So, it is night. You're planning on. So I have you all down here right now as like this little position. I'll turn your torches on too, knowing that you're not illuminated.
I was wondering where we were.
You can definitely move. We obviously. You all have because you made it past the sentries and aren't making a direct approach. You can basically start wherever you want to reasonably on the map. Other than if you try to scale a cliff face, you're going to try and scale a cliff face. All of the greenery on this map, the mountains and such, is difficult terrain. Because you're literally climbing up rocks. As opposed to all the nice flat monastic areas. But you may start wherever you really want to.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I like could I like Mulan be a man up my way up here?
You can definitely attempt to. I think we're going to. I would like you to start at the edges of the board.
Okay.
But that is a distinct possibility. Those pillars are very close together. And unlike just flat climbing, I think that would be acrobatics.
Okay.
If you were like scaling a rock face, that's definitely athletics. But I think trying to do that
I have
little
a new
hop
fucking.
back.
I can just wait. No, I
Oh,
can't
right.
scale it. That's just a thing I can do.
You can just go right up it because of monk stuff.
Yep.
So yes, you can if you would like to.
So I answered my own question. Yeah.
So Loka, starting on this end,
Yeah.
kind of in the it's actually like a little herb garden. With a little rows of brush and whatnot with the spring to water it.
Wherever Hassan or wherever, well, Pashmina can put invisibility on me or on on herself.
I can put it on you.
Okay.
So if you are ready, Pashmina
Yeah.
will go ahead and
Yeah,
she
because
touches
Hassan
your shoulder and you go invisible.
for 10 minutes.
For I think an hour.
Okay.
Good. Just before doing that, may I ask Hassan to make an animal handling check for me to see how well you can handle the crate of rabbits.
Can Hassan cast speak with animals and try?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, no.
Hassan will say to the both of them, I am so... Words cannot can express how sorry I am for the situation you are both in. I need you all to stay calm and go to sleep. When you both wake up, you will be in a better place, I promise.
Oh my god.
Go ahead and make a deception check for me.
So when you speak with animals, are you speaking in common or do you speak the language of the animals? Like,
I think
Like,
it
what
just
does
defines that the animals understand you.
I think Hassan is trying not to speak in a language Pashmina understands because he knows how she feels about animal killing.
okay.
He's going to be speaking in Orin, so
I speak
in
common,
Orin.
Elvish, Halfling, and Infernal, so
He's going to
it
be
does not
speaking in
understand.
the language of his people, of the language of the archive. It's wispy and like a
It's elemental.
like the sounds of the wind.
Oh god, I speak that.
Yeah.
All right.
Just really awkwardly like,
Yeah, give me that deception check.
Come on. Fuck.
Oof.
No advantage. And I can't give myself Bardic Inspiration. Fuck. That's just gonna be an 8.
An 8? Not very smart. We're gonna roll for them.
Shit.
We're very tired and very hungry. Can you promise that we won't be hungry anymore?
I promise you, both of you will never need to worry about food again.
I don't think we can sleep, but we'll do our best.
I promise you. Hassan is going to go ahead and take flight then with them.
They are not silent. They do make some squeaks and whatnot while you are in flight. They not exactly the most quiet, but if you choose your flight path carefully, I think you will be okay. Do you want me to enable flight on your mini for you?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Wait.
Oops.
Wait. No,
Hassan falling off the cliff. He's
Don't
dead.
fall to the void.
Hassan falls to his death off the edge of the cliff. He gets caught up by bad winds. Oh no!
All right, who's got a scroll of revivify? Gotta find his soul somewhere on the cliff face and bring him
Real.
back.
All right.
He's invisible too, so he just wouldn't even see. Just
yeah.
oh my god.
You just hear thwack.
Pashmina, for the love of God!
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is going. God, how do I make multiple marks again with this? ruler?
Like the linear ruler?
Yeah.
You just
like
click
multiple.
repeatedly.
Oh, and shit.
Okay, shift. Yeah. So in this case, Hassan is skirting the outside of the monastery, heading
Let me
over the
check
dormitory
wind. Okay.
and up to the cliff face right here.
There is one here that you can't see, Eli,
Oh, okay.
and also one down here.
There's one. Yeah, there's one here, and then here. Let me move. The owl.
Oh.
Shit.
The owl, our observer token.
That changes things a little bit then.
You.
I think
Hmm.
I really wish I could disable that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just need to
No.
make sure. Okay, there are ones over there. I'm just checking where everyone is.
Yeah.
What if you were to fly over the bridge?
Bridge.
Dead center.
That mean
Wherever you
I'd be
fly,
going-
I'm going to ask for a stealth check, but it'll be more or less difficult depending on the flight path you take.
You could go like all the way like behind, like way
Yeah, I think
back.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, you're not under time pressure.
Yeah.
I think then Hassan is gonna go over that little hedge maze garden area with the waterfall. Then maybe
Sounds
the waterfall will also help with
Maybe
sound.
I was gonna say maybe the water could like mask any sounds.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I think he's going to set up the catapult on
Like at the
this
peak?
side. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's taking.
Assume,
Oh,
like,
he's
wait.
also going to ask for the bag of holding where he puts Sedgwick and
It's yours.
Sedgwick
That's
and Vixen.
fine.
Yeah.
Not an issue.
Skeletons
I
on the
wonder where
go.
I should go.
Pocket skeletons.
Mhm.
Yeah. Go ahead and make me a stealth check then. Just DC 5. You've chosen a very conservative route.
Thank God, that's a 16. I only have a +1.
All right, yeah. You sense no troubles as you glide through the air. The jackrabbits quietly chittering in their crate, but not enough to be heard over just the gentle babbling of the spring and the winds and other sounds of the night air. It's just animals.
It's just normal nighttime sounds.
Normal nighttime
humans.
sounds. Surely that will continue through the entire evening.
Okay.
Of course.
Yep. So, do you have the catapult object?
Pulled up?
Yeah.
I can. I did, and then I put it away. Why would I do that?
Like, not even just isn't there an object to aim?
Oh, yeah, I think we can find it.
Yeah, it would
I
just be nice
help.
to have a visual representation of where it is so I can measure range and whatnot.
For sure.
Robespierre, you bastard.
There's a mangonel. Alright. And then... Did you find it, Hannah?
No, I'm
It's in
looking.
props, right? Should be?
It
Not
would be in
weapons.
props.
Oh, was there just Oh, was it constructed? Did someone actually make a...
So yeah,
Oh,
someone probably
shit.
did.
God damn it.
I've got a cannon.
That works too. That works just fine.
A lot easier to shoot, too.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a very delicate process that can backfire if you do it completely wrong. You're filling a giant iron casing with gunpowder.
Let me know where you want me to put it.
I shall
Here.
right
Let me
around
Crank up the
here.
exposure just a little bit.
Yeah, I like to
All
keep
the
the
way at the peak?
exposure high at
Okay.
nighttime.
Yep.
Cannon.
There it is. Hiding.
Here, let me put a
Okay.
little... those props. Once again, it is not actually lit. I just want to have a bead on where it is.
That we can actually see yet.
All right. Let me drop off your little abominations.
Thank you. And thankfully, and the animation lasts a good bit of time. Are they there, perchance? I do not have vision on them.
Yes, they're up by the catapult.
Okay, that's fine.
Catacannon.
Hassan is going to put his hand, inscribe on the piece a description, a noble piece of artillery, taken from its home and long out of use. It will find its purpose again, sieging down in service of others, and will do anime performance.
All right.
And then he will give his commands to Sedgwick and Gregson.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 3 minutes, you are to use whatever rocks you can find to. Well, I guess he's going to go through the actions to load the catapult with them first.
Okay. And then wait
that's
to
alright.
fire it. So you're
Yeah.
ready for it to fire at a moment's notice. That sounds good.
And he will give them the command. In 3 minutes, fire, and repeat the process for 10 minutes. In 3 minutes, fire, then continue to fire for 20 minutes.
Okay.
In that time, Pashmina writes a very short note to Jack's Unfortunate again. That just says, "We're here. Get your things. Wait for Hassan."
All right. Hassan, would you like to aim the first shot since you're still here?
Yes.
Where would you like to aim it at?
I think I would like to aim it. There is no way to do this non-lethally. I'm just going to go out and say that.
If you hit a person with one of these rocks,
Oh God.
how much
They're
damage
dead.
does it do? 3d10?
I mean,
maybe-
or no, sorry.
Maybe don't aim at the barracks at least.
5d10 bludgeoning damage if you hit someone. And that's
I mean,
not
it'd be really
including,
crazy if you hit
frankly,
this
all
thing.
the falling velocity it would be doing since you're firing down with it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I think Hassan is going to go ahead. What do you guys think of aiming for one of the dummies? Do you think that's too close?
I think Pashmina would think that's a little too close to the barracks.
You've got, I was about to say link pearls. You've got sending stones, too.
There are not a lot of good There are not a lot of good arcs of fire. I guess we're a bit too high up to hit anything down in the courtyard particularly accurately.
I wouldn't say
I would
that.
Are we?
I don't know. What about line of sight is the thing?
Because it's an arc, right?
Yeah.
I think you're good.
Just
Looking
lob high.
at, and remember, this is a pseudo-figurative position. I think you're good to at least aim at anything like over here. I think if you were aiming like you
too
won't,
close.
yeah, you wouldn't be able to hit anything like really close to the building. But I think if you're aiming for the courtyard, you could absolutely aim for like these pillars or the
I'd say aim
stairs
for,
or the
like, this thing,
garden.
maybe.
So, all right. Then is aiming for here okay?
Yeah,
Do it.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Hassan is going to aim it at that then,
All right.
and say, just get ready and bombard.
Rain chaos from the skies, Hassan!
God.
This is Mangonel 2-3, danger close.
Hassan, I'm gonna ask you to make me the roll for this attack roll then.
Okay.
You are
That's-
not proficient with artillery. I don't
No.
think, in fact, the current rules of the system, you are able to become proficient in artillery.
Yeah.
So,
should I use the flat bonus that they have?
yeah,
on
just the +5.
Okay. Watcha. Not good.
An 8. Noted. It is aimed. I will let you know how that goes when it fires.
And then Hassan says,
Let's see how far away this is. 300 feet. That's... how quickly can I travel 200 feet? I can travel 200 feet in 1 minute if I am moving at walking pace.
And you no longer have invisibility, right?
Yeah.
Well, it should last an hour.
But he's done actions.
Oh, it stops if you. Oh, okay.
It stops if you. I think the words are "take an action." Basically, it's got a lot of triggers for stopping being effective.
The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. Yeah.
Okay.
Technically,
you haven't made. You know what? You haven't made an attack. You haven't cast a spell. Performance of creation and animating performance.
I want to say that is very much like a pseudo spell.
That is as involved as a spell for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we were using that.
No, you're right.
Correctly.
No, you're right. It's if it weren't performance of creation, if it weren't because that is I think actually probably more intricate than most spells that Hasan casts.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like him creating an arcane story.
But yeah, it is not any. It is just attack and spell. Otherwise,
wanted to give you every opportunity possible if that was the case. But if that's not the case, then thumbs up.
But you fly 25 feet.
Suddenly get one of those.
So if you move dash, you're moving 100 feet or 50 feet around.
Yeah, but that's if I'm dashing, and that's not stealthily.
That's fair. But you said, how many minutes did you say until you commanded them to fire?
I said around 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Like, that's 30 rounds.
Okay. Then I can do that then. So in 3 minutes, Hasan is going to make his way over to this peak right here and try to stay out of sight.
Yeah, absolutely. I will ask you to roll stealth again, but again, we're looking at DC 5. Everyone here is looking everywhere else, and it is very
Except
dark
for
outside.
the sky.
15.
Totally fine.
Nice.
All right. While Hasan is setting that up and doing that, what is everyone else up to? How is everyone else positioned and positioning? Because you've got, 30 rounds of movement, right? So we can be making stealth checks. We can be like... The danger here is less where you want to be, more where can you be without getting spotted. The open field is very dark. Again, lots of cloud cover. Anything not explicitly lit is going to be very dark. And thus, you'll probably have either advantage on stealth or otherwise just be rolling flat. I don't think there's any situation, unless you're in bright light, that you'll have disadvantage on stealth.
Are we allowed to move our minis where we kind of want to be situated?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
Oh, you know what?
I'm gonna shoot.
And again, the lights on your characters are
not
figurative.
Yeah. The next question is just because I forgot, teehee. How do we feel about destroying part of the monastery?
For all that cares,
I know we have a cannon. It's just more of like,
Fireball. Hasan is not here to judge you. Eli thinks Fireball is very good to use.
That is fully what I plan to do. It's just like, it's gonna make a little, Fireball is Fireball. Let's be real.
It's a very unsubtle spell.
Oh, yeah.
Kablooey.
I will say, big spells, especially Fireball, is definitely going to leave a trail. So, like, if you cast a Fireball through the air, people may be able to see where that projectile was coming from.
Oh, good.
Like a trace around a streak of light.
But, they gotta spot you first, right? And then they got a Fireball to deal with. So.
I fully want the attention to be on me, honestly.
Fair enough.
So, I moved my ass over here because I remembered suddenly that they want me on the bridge here so that nobody comes over and gets past me.
Defense.
So, yes.
Yep.
So that's where I'm going to be.
All right.
So it's me and Zaran hanging out.
What's up, buddy?
Sounds good.
Oh, do you want to come into the lantern and sign your name?
before we get into this combat.
Hey, you want to sign your name away?
Sign my name for what? Is it a prize raffle? Like, what is this?
My deception's a +8. Do I dare?
I dare you.
Actually, yes, it is.
Oh!
What's my, it's insight, right?
Lucas'
Yes.
insight's quite good. At least medium good. Oh, it's a 2. Never mind, it's fine.
Well, if you can beat a 13, you win.
I got a natural 20.
Fucking hell.
Natural 20 for a total.
I can turn on my webcam and show it, I swear.
I mean, I believe you. but
Natural 20 for a total of
Total
28.
Oh my
Versus
god.
my 13.
Yeah.
I didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
So, Ron, I don't think right now is the right time to be telling me about a prize raffle. You're gonna get me all excited and we're gonna get caught.
But that's the best part. You're gonna fight even harder because you're going to win the prize, right?
How do you win the prize? You just have to sign
Exactly.
your name.
Exactly.
What?
Alright, zips us into the lantern real quick.
You madmen.
It works.
Okay. I mean, you've got several minutes.
Yeah.
You zoop in. You're in that little antechamber with the plaque with the names, one of which still reads Jacques.
I didn't think that Jacques.
Oh, right, Jacques
Just
did. Jacques
Pashmina.
super didn't. Right.
It was just Pashmina.
Just me and Pashmina.
Oh, because
Or
Hassan
not
didn't.
me and Pashmina. Zoran and Pashmina.
I mean, if you want to put your name.
Hassan opted not to.
Hannah. Who's Hannah?
Me?
Hassan opted
Me?
not to do what? Oh yeah,
Uh,
Hassan opted not to.
Did not
yes.
sign the lantern.
He did.
Emra looks very surprised to see the two of you.
Hey, what the heck
Great.
are you doing in here?
Oh, I was under the impression that you had something going on. I'm sorry.
Just like waving their hands.
Oh,
Toot, 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 toot. I want to know what the hell is going on.
Here, sign here. Here. Come.
What is this for the prize raffle? Emra's giving away the prize raffle?
Yes, Emra is giving away the prize.
It's an incredible
What's the prize?
It's an incredible prize. It's almost immortality.
Well, that's not exciting. What? Why not just actual immortality? I know it's within your power.
Oh no, then you can win it multiple times. It's just sign here and you'll see. It's a great reward.
I don't trust you for shit, Emra.
You don't have to trust me. Trust your friend Zoran.
Zoran, why am I signing this thing? Is it really for a prize raffle?
Yes. It is.
You've got about 2 minutes.
I'll give you one free thing from the armory or the treasury.
What treasury? Whose treasury?
Oh, I wonder what treasury.
Oh,
Mine.
your personal family treasure?
Yes, I'll give you one thing. Just please.
I get to choose, though. I get to inspect the goods and choose.
This offer stands for 10 more seconds.
10 more seconds. I need at least 2 more minutes to debate and
sign your name or
decide.
you're not getting anything.
Son of a bitch!
9, 8,
You can't put me under this kind of a pressure.
7,
Oh, God.
6,
Where's the pen?
Oh, right here.
4.
Give me the goddamn pen. Fine. Fuck you, both. I'm
3,
signing it. Here, take it.
2.
I signed it. Goddammit. Stop counting.
Very good. Very good.
I hope to talk more later. And you and your friends. Shoo! You have things to do.
No, you shoo. This is my friend's
Forces out
bedroom, not you.
immediately.
Oh my
It just
god.
immediately covers Loka's mouth so they don't
Pashmina, you just hear a
You hear one of the order members from across the courtyard just like, I didn't think we got frogs this high up. Huh. Weird.
I think over the setting, so it's just like, everything okay over there?
I've just entered into a prize raffle with Emra, and I don't know how I feel about it.
What?
I know.
Look, should I be concerned or no?
No.
More. Okay. Yeah.
No.
yeah.
Okay, then I'm not.
And does the catapult go off?
Yes, yeah. As soon as that happens, the
Oh, no,
catapult
wait.
fire.
I want to.
You have a
In that
position
time,
you
I'm
want to be in?
sorry. I did want to be up here.
Excellent.
Or wait, no,
Please,
we're
yeah.
starting on the edge.
You've got so much room. You have 30 rounds, and you as a character can move like 120 feet around. You get to be wherever you want to be as long as you don't have to make stealth checks.
Okay.
May I?
You could climb the tall one if you wanted to with that much movement.
Can I?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's 60 feet, so you just have to move dash.
But that's so close to the thing that's about to be fucking bombshell.
That's
What?
entirely true. Well, and that's assuming that they hit. We're gonna see how they hit,
You know
how
what?
that happens.
Alright,
Here, I'm
may I
going up.
actually-
How do I go up?
You're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it.
Okay.
All right,
I
and
think-
as long as you go up the
There we go.
backside of that, I think you're fine.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I don't know if you intend on narrating the catapult, but may I narrate how it fires?
Oh, you may absolutely narrate how it fires.
So I guess, Pashmina, you're all just waiting, and then you just hear a distant tong, and then
God.
I don't know if you just heard my whistling.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It did come through.
You're good at whistling. I can't whistle.
All right, so you hard miss with an 8. We're gonna introduce a fun wargame mechanic called scatter dice. So
man.
I don't have a scatter die, so I'm gonna be rolling a d8 for each of the cardinal directions.
And then how much does a scatter by?
Yep, and we're gonna see. I think I'm just gonna roll another d8 for like spaces.
May I roll it?
Yeah, I need to figure out. I need to establish what north is. Let's just say north is toward the monastery building itself. So 1 through 8 cardinal and semi-cardinal directions.
Heading clockwise?
Wait, Tailspire has a compass.
Oh, it does.
It sure does.
What?
It does.
Bottom left, it has a compass.
North
Oh.
is
I super can't
where
see
the,
it.
where the little
It's
garden.
in the
is.
bottom
Yeah,
left
I
corner.
don't.
Oh,
Is it a widget?
interesting.
I don't know, but I've got it.
I have no
I
idea.
got
So
it too.
I-
You can move the compass around, actually.
So let me do the. I'm starting.
I usually
from,
do have a compass in. For
this-
now, I can't.
This
What?
is north.
Do I
This
have it
is
turned
west.
off?
East?
Towards the gardens is north.
And that's south.
You are invert. No.
Sick.
Okay.
So towards the gardens is north.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, so-
Eli, go ahead and roll me a d8.
This is north.
Yeah.
Say a d8 and d20. We like volatility. 7. So we're looking at northeast. Or no, we're looking at directly, in a clockwise, with north being number 1. 7 is west.
Northwest.
Directly west, which is
Oh, cool.
toward the monastery building.
Oh God.
Concerning.
So,
Here.
yes. So currently in that path is this way.
Oh god.
Let's see how far it scatters. D20 in 5-foot increments. So go ahead and roll me a D20.
Okay.
I love using war game rules for this. This is
10.
10.
5, 10, 1, 2,
50
3, 4,
feet.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
It's-
10! It's right
You're
on the
fuck-
wall!
You're kidding me.
Okay.
You're kidding
I
me.
just accidentally kill someone.
We're gonna
You
see if they dot. They're gonna have to
absolutely
make a dex save. Let me
Odd.
pull up there. That exactly lands right where that sentry is standing.
Can I?
Oh.
Can I do?
Okay, so here's the thing. They technically have deflect missile. They're not going to be able to catch a catapult boulder. We are going to dictate
But-
that requires being able to be caught by hands.
I have an idea though.
Yeah,
If you'll allow me.
sure.
Hearing the sound of basically a bomb dropping is something that Loka is not entirely unfamiliar with.
Sure.
So I think he's struggling right now to stop himself during the fall to say,
We did
like-
not hear that.
You got
Oh.
cut out.
Loka's trying not to say incoming So
Yarr.
if I shout that, would that give this person advantage on that roll?
Would Loka know the trajectory? Yes, I guess. Yeah, Loka.
Well,
No,
it's a reflexive thing.
Exactly.
If you want to give this order member advantage on their save from getting demolished by an accidental catapult fire, you may do so. It will temporarily reveal your position.
See, I want to like roll a save to stop myself from doing that.
Yeah, sure. Whiz save probably.
With save, what you
DC
think?
10.
DC 10. That's 14 on the die.
14. Okay.
So I do save.
You do manage to prevent yourself from saying that.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-oh.
So we've
Alright,
got.
well, that guy's been crushed.
I've
then.
got some rubble. Well, we're gonna see. So
Wow.
they have a decent chunk of HP.
Not for much longer.
We're gonna make. So they're gonna make a dex save with disadvantage.
It's an average of 15 damage. Let's hope. Let's see how much they take.
So disadvantage is a 10. Plus dex is 13. The initial attack, they have an AC of 16. The initial attack was an 8 because it missed, but it's destructive. We're gonna say they take half damage.
Okay. I'm gonna roll.
They're gonna end up getting clipped by it. It does not literally land directly on top of them. Tell you what, though, this is gonna be a great distraction. What are we looking at for damage? 15, half of 15?
Half of 15.
That was only 3 dice, though. It's 5d10.
Oh, I'll add another 2. So 15 plus 10.
25 halved to 13. They're gonna go ahead and take 13. And
Tell me how this
get
sounds.
immediately knocked prone. For sure. And yell as a huge chunk of the stonework on the railing of this building gets just like obliterated by an enormous rock
I was gonna say, do
flung
we do a
from
little
the
bit of, like,
mountains.
minor terrain destruction.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. Just like
Say,
Take
like,
this
just
out.
fucking delete, like.
we're gonna put this down here. A rock falls from the top there. I'll add a little bit more rubble. They get absolutely floored. They yell, unsurprisingly. What the fuck? This one is now paying attention. This one is now paying attention. This one is now paying attention. This one is confused. As are the two over by the barracks. I'm going to go ahead and take us into initiative with the idea that we're probably not going to be in active combat for a bit, if at all, depending on how this goes.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and just put you all at the beginning. You all will get to move in whatever order you want to. You know what? In that case, we're not going to be an initiative, but we're going to do some I go, you go. So you all do what you want to do. You can also you can opt to either take an action, like do a turn's worth of actions, or wait to see what the monastery members do and then take your action in the round. So you've just made an enormous distraction, and this monastery member is prone. I think this one is now looking like they have not even identified where this is coming from. I don't think they are aware of the fact that there is a catapult up on top of the mountain. Please, what would you all like to do, and how would you like to do it?
Asan will say over sending stones, make as much noise, get those guards in front of the barracks away. Gather their attention, be a threat they need to intercede with.
You got it!
Loka, go storming.
Loka is gonna run. Do we need to do like feet count here, or can we just move?
I would say do feet count,
Alright.
because that's going to matter a lot for their movement.
Sure. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you'll allow
Yeah, you can
that.
absolutely hop up there.
And he's gonna cup both hands to his mouth and go,
We did not get even a single syllable of that.
It's all of S's in there.
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
So
I don't know why
sorry.
your mic hates the Loka voice at high volume.
Clips.
Because my I was gonna say my roommates, but I don't have any. My what are they? Neighbors. There we go. So I'm gonna try that again.
Come and get some, you sons of bitches!
Yeah, absolutely.
If you
Heard
do,
all of that. I love that. I love that.
Pashmina can use minor illusion to create a sound. Its volume can range from a whisper to a scream.
Yeah.
She starts. I think she does like fucking trumpets. Like,
The kobold military has arrived.
yeah,
Revelade.
just kind of like from this general area.
Yeah, absolutely. Noted. Would you like to do any movement?
Yeah, I want to ask, how far can I get along this rope?
I mean, that's acrobatics for sure.
You can probably go the whole way. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I mean, if you can...
Well, how far can I get before I'm spotted, I guess, is the real, like...
That's a good question. So their attention is definitely drawn away from that right now. You've used your action to not make a stealth check, to not hide. So, but they're definitely not looking in your direction. I'd say about halfway before you get into vision range, at which point they'll be rolling perception at disadvantage.
Okay. Then... I think I do just kind of want to fucking... Naruto my way all the way across.
Yeah.
So it would be...
Move and dash.
Yeah.
I
So
think you'll
she's
have to
like-
spend a key point to dash, right? Or no, you've got... Right? Is minor illusion
I
a
guess I
bonus
just use my-
action?
One action.
One action,
yes.
okay.
So yes, I will have to expend a key point, but I have so many of those now. So
And just
I will
run
do that.
across.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and
So-
make me an acrobatics check as well. This is literally running across a tight, strung wire, so we're going to say like DC 8.
Yes. Okay.
This is going to be quite simple in the acrobatics realm.
17 plus 3.
More than 8. Yeah, you do not have a problem running across. We're going to roll perception for that, friendo. Disadvantage. And we are looking for... running across a wire... let's say 15. Looking for 15 on perception. 'Cause they
From
are...
them?
Yeah, from them. So they're wholly unprepared for whatever you are at this point in time. Especially given that their knowledge of sound is directly next to them. They heard something higher up the mountain. They just heard someone shout from the courtyard, and they just heard trumpets from the courtyard, which is 3 distinct directions where you are not.
Ooh,
That's not bad.
spicy.
So
Okay.
Alright, so that is a passing score, right? 15 plus 3
Because they're the
whiz.
roller, no?
Yeah,
Kai goes to the
Wait,
roller.
Wait, was
Well-
it advantage or disadvantage?
it was disadvantage.
So we're taking.
Oh,
the
wait,
10.
that was the
So
10.
10.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So that
never
is the 10 plus 3 whiz, 13, just under 15.
Okay.
They do not spot you as you sprint across this tightrope like an actual ninja. Incredible. And you are right behind them as they're looking the opposite direction. All right, that's Peshmina and
That's all I
Loka.
can do.
Hasan, what do you and Zoran, what are you up to?
I think Hason's waiting for the guards down there to make a move. As soon as he does, as he thinks he's in the clear, he's going to move for the barracks.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna pop out 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that's all I can move.
Yep.
Part of me using my fucking where am I? All right, cool. I can get on the stairs. That is 120 feet. I am going for I am going to aim a fireball at this supporting pillar over here.
Okay.
Fuck yes.
And I'm just gonna be like,
stonework and
all right.
masonry. Let me. There
Here
are
we go.
flammable things inside.
Yep.
You don't even have to make an attack roll for that. You just do it, right?
Yep.
Go ahead and roll damage for me.
Okay, let's see. So at higher levels, so it's going to be 10d6.
That's a lot of damage.
So I'm gonna roll
God.
this.
That's a lot of
D&D
damage.
Beyond, because that's a little muchery.
Oh, I might not want to be on this building. Shit.
It's
It's
fine.
fucking
I mean, it's only
collapse.
one.
I mean, it's a solid marble building.
All right, here we go.
But that said,
Oh, that's a lot of sixes. 37.
37.
Christ.
A lot of sixes.
Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and say from the blast. This is not an effective fireball, but I think this makes sense. This one's just getting knocked on their ass, for sure.
Yeah.
Just like from the blast. I think you fully take out that pillar.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's my rubble?
That's fine.
I need a rubble. And you start to see flames lick on the interior of the building.
Cool. I'm going to
God.
purposely light my lantern so I stick out.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to be visible to these people.
All right. You know what? We're just gonna.
Perfect.
I love Tailspire.
We love it.
All right.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ.
yeah, kick over the sending stones. You see Depeche Mode is like, holy shit.
It just
Yeah.
whoops.
Hey, Son,
Whoops.
you're waiting, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to move. For
Yeah.
the guards to move, and then Hason's gonna go to the.
They're definitely
door.
move dashing. This one's gonna make a trivial acrobatics check. We'll see how they do. Yeah, they're fine. To hop down. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. To fucking
my-
They can
sprint.
move a little more than I can. Holy shit.
Jesus.
Well, they move. Yeah, they get a. Oh, that's the wrong number.
Oh. I
Uh,
just moved back too.
but they dashed, so they moved 120, and they can move, 80. So 5,
Dope.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. They're here.
There you go.
I read the wrong number on the sheet. All right, 5, 10,
Happens.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Definitively sprinting toward the main building. This one's gonna get up. Beep. This one's gonna get up. I think the one that got hit by a boulder they're just gonna torque it indoors. They don't know what happened. They don't want to know what happened. They're getting the fuck out of here.
Getting like under cover.
Like in cover, yeah. This one is going to run over 5, 10, 15, 20.
Ah, shit.
30,
You motherfucker.
40. And is going to look around. I'm going to make a perception check. Again, disadvantage. Trying to see what happened. Not great. Catapult is in complete darkness 150 feet away. There's no way they spot it. During this time, the catapult is loaded, correct? Because it takes one
yes,
action cycle to load it.
Yes, it is loaded and it is not being aimed.
Yep.
So next turn it will go off again.
All right.
At the same exact spot.
Yeah. These two are gonna run. They see the fireball damage. They're gonna run inside. 5, 10, 15, 20, 35, 40. You hear yelling. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40. Specifically of fire! And some miscellaneous other screaming. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Oh no.
Peshmina, you hear a familiar voice bark out in an authoritative tone. See to the fire! I'll get outside! How much movement does he have?
Okay, beware the spirit guardians, because they're probably going to come out and they're going to shred.
5, 10, 15, 20.
They have
30,
that?
35, 40. 5,
They're a
10,
cleric.
15, 20.
They probably have that.
30, 35, 40.
Istrid
Not quite
does.
outside. Istrid's got so little movement speed. I keep forgetting fucking dwarf ass movement speed.
And they're going, well, do they even
25
have
feet.
armor?
5,
right
10, 15, 20, 25.
The voice
5,
Peshmina just heard was
20,
Bellamar.
25.
Oh,
It
okay.
was.
Just so people are
10, 15,
aware.
20, 25.
Appreciate it.
I did just realize, though, Istrid is going to have to take a long time to put on heavy armor, so that might be to our advantage. If
You hear the clanking already, Peshmina.
Oh, damn it.
Oh well. Oh well.
I guess they're just always wearing armor, even when they're sleeping.
They probably, well, they weren't sleeping.
30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. As you hear the steps from the room below you, which Peshmina you know to be Belwar's study.
Yeah.
Alright, this one's moving up. This one's actually going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, they're going to spend the rest of their movement to get up here, trying to see what's going on over here.
Okay.
This one's heading... I think this one's heading for the stream to get water?
Oh, that's
I think that makes
Wait,
sense for them.
well,
Yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35,
the
40.
closest source, probably.
35, 40.
They were
Through
prone.
difficult terrain. Oh, you're right. They have to move back another 20 feet. 10, 15, 20. Because they had to use half of their movement on their first move to stand up.
I'm guessing the two up top, they see Loka, right? Do they?
Loka is not illuminated. They have heard Loka. They have heard trumpets. They see Zeron.
I was gonna say I'm the only
Because
one.
Zeron has hefted their lantern to illuminate themselves on purpose.
Is what's in their hands accurate to how they are armed?
Yes, meaning there's one on the roof armed with dual hand crossbows. The one who ran inside was armed with dual hand crossbows. The rest that are visible currently are unarmed.
Okay.
All right, that is everyone's movement. Hey, Son, would you like to act?
I think so, yeah. Heisan is going to move down the right side of the mountain about 50 feet.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just...
Here, you want a ruler?
Yes, I would love a ruler.
So you're looking for this, right?
Well, actually, can you just give me a sphere to see what my options are?
Yeah, for sure. You're nestled in the trees.
Yeah.
For 50 feet.
Alrighty. I think
Oops, sorry.
Heisan... No worries. Is going right around here, then.
You can get a little further if you want to.
Yeah, I think...
Staying safe.
Yeah,
All
Heisan's
right.
trying to have somewhat... He's
Absolutely.
trying to hug the thing. Hug it so he's not perfectly out in the open.
From there, you start to hear some murmurings going on from inside, having heard just an explosion outside, as well as some kind of impact, a yell. Unintelligible from here, but you can tell that there is in fact murmuring going on within the barracks.
I think
You did hear
Heisan's-
one of the elder monks on the exterior, the one who hopped down from the roof, shout, "Stay inside!" as they sprinted toward the stonework path toward the main monastery.
And I think Heisan is going to cast sleep on the rabbits at this point.
Okay, yeah, would definitely be frightened otherwise and start making noises.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean,
You've got a
only have one hit
minute.
point.
Yeah, they just go down.
Yeah.
Damn.
Do not even have to roll. It is impossible for you to not roll enough dice to put them both to sleep.
Yeah.
All right, that is everyone's go then. Party members have another chance to act.
Alright. I know what I want to do if I can go, since we're not in
Do it.
any. I. Oh yeah. Want to get up behind this person.
Mhm.
And.
If Pashmina is going, I think the thing fires now.
Oh, yeah. Would you like
Oh.
to wait? Well, I mean, we
Yeah.
can choose. Would you like to act before the catapult goes off?
Sorry.
It's
Yeah.
probably better if the catapult goes off, so I'm not in the way.
That's not a bad idea. So it is
Because
currently
who-
still aimed at that pillar, except it has been jostled significantly,
So
having fired.
so should I do another attack roll for D20 plus 5 or
No, it's going to miss automatically, and we're just going to keep scattering,
okay.
because that's more fun.
I love
All right,
that.
here's a D8 and a D20 for
Yeah,
you.
let's do it.
Oh god.
All right, 3 is, so north, northeast is 2, so due east, and what was the d20?
That is a 13.
So 5,
60
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is right here.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So quite, Zeron, you hear the whistle of another rock firing downward, and it lands alarmingly close to you, in the pavement with an
Ground shakes.
enormous thud as it leaves just a crater in the pathway leading up to the way.
I am going to dismantle your skeletal servants, I swear to the gods.
They have served their purpose at this point. I don't think I'm getting them back after this.
Anyway. Having made a pretty significant noise, the two outside, now less occupied with one having gotten hit, have a general idea of where the catapult may be, where these rocks are coming from, at least. But otherwise, still haven't grokked its exact location, and can't really do anything about it right now. All right.
Right.
Would you like to act, Peshmina?
Yes, I would.
All right.
Again, okay, getting up next to this person.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, they're gonna be surprised, huh? I'm still gonna roll perception for them at disadvantage, because they have a chance. It's not like you're I assume you're not like using the hide action. You're
I'm
not trying to stealth.
stealthing at this point.
Yeah.
I think she's literally just ran up to this person out of the fucking like.
You're looking for 15s. No chance. Rolled a 6.
All right, cool. She doesn't say a fucking word. She tries to shove this person back over the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Make me an athletics check with an advantage.
Like they just got up this ladder. No, they didn't.
Yeah. What's
That's athletics?
what's shoving again?
I don't actually know how to shove.
It's been a minute.
Using the attack action.
Athletics versus
Attack action.
athletics or acrobatics.
Using the attack action, you can make a special melee attack to shove a creature, either to knock it prone or push it away from you.
Oh, there it
If
is.
you're able to make multiple attacks, the attack action this attack replaces one of them. You make a strength athletics check contested by athletics or dexterity acrobatics.
Yeah. So they're going to be contesting
So
with
it's basically
acrobatics.
unarmed strike though to like see if I even like.
It's
I'm
your-
confused by the attack action.
So
Yeah.
you make an athletics check. It's
Oh,
a
okay, so
contested check, basically.
Okay.
In order to see if you can shove them over the edge. You're going to be able to make that with advantage, for sure.
Okay.
And they're not going to be rolling with
believe.
disadvantage, but they've only got the one die.
Okay.
And they're contesting with acrobatics to try not to fall off the edge. You're going to get multiple attacks, so you're going to get to attempt this multiple times if you want to for just the action.
Yes.
They rolled an 8 total. 3 plus 5.
I mean, I rolled an 11, so...
That's enough.
Nice.
Yeah, you just beep, dunk. They rolled real bad too. They fall off both staircases.
Oh.
That she would have to push them more than
Shove
like,
is 5
15
feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
I
they
think that-
just fall here.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to do that
that's
much.
20 feet. Falling damage is God.
Well, and if they're
I think
monks-
that's 3d6, I think.
It's on. Wait, I think it's on my DM screen. God, I love rules. I love interacting with rules.
So many of them simultaneously.
2d6 plus a d6 for every other.
And it's
10
not like they have slow fall.
You said 2d6 plus a d6 for every 5 feet, 15 feet, 10
every
feet?
10.
Every 10. So it's 20 feet. So it's just 2d6, right?
I think that would be 3d6
3d6.
because after the first 10, they got a
Right.
d6.
Okay.
And
So
it is technically like 25.
they're gonna go ahead and take that 3d6. I think.
And it's not like they have slow fall like I do, right?
No, they're not
Okay.
skilled enough to have slow fall. All right, so they're taking 10 bludgeoning damage and falling prone as they hit the ground.
Do
Are
have
they
enough
stunned? They're. I'm gonna roll a con save for them because that seems like stun territory. Getting suddenly thrown off the fucking onto the
Let's say
concrete far
that's
below.
40
Con
feet,
save.
that's
Fine on their con save. Okay, so they're okay. They're just a little rattled. Yeah. Do you have anything else you'd like to do? That's one attack. You still have other attacks another attack if you'd like to use it.
I think what I'm going to do, since that's 40 feet, I only have 50.
You could
I'm
step over the wind and bonus action.
I was gonna
and-
say, I'm gonna spend another key point. God, these are gonna go fast. To get next to this person.
Yeah.
And I don't think I can do anything after that, but
You have a second attack?
Oh, I do have a second attack. Shit.
It's technically part of like your attack action, right? You're supposed to take 2 attacks per action. I don't see a reason not to be able to split it up though.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna try and attack with my glaive.
Yeah, go for it.
Non-lethal.
Sure. Looking for AC 16.
6 plus 9.
15.
that
Just under.
Shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
And you've
So
already
I
used
don't
your
even get
bonus
to-
action, so you won't be able to flurry of blows. They look
Okay, so I
extremely
didn't-
surprised.
Hi.
Ah! Like a shadow from the night. Okay. Who else wants to go?
Me. I want to go.
Make it happen.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. Part of me pulling out my handy dandy ruler once more.
Oh my
They're
god.
just out of range.
Ah.
I was gonna help. I can't. It's fine.
I'll be fine.
Can I? Will Eldritch Blast, because it is force damage,
Ooh.
will it do any significant damage to the building?
There's
It's a
definitely
cantrip,
because
however.
it's a marble building. There's definitely a damage threshold that you need to cross before you start doing damage, which I'd say is probably around for stone marble, it's probably around 20.
Okay.
So if you can do 20 damage with Eldritch Blast,
That I would have to get max.
Yeah.
But I can do. Actually, I deal an extra 4 damage with it. Sure, I'm gonna try just
Damn it,
because
my
I don't want to
sword was
waste my last spell slot just yet.
that's fair.
I love being warlock. All right, 2 blasts. Boom.
Bubby.
What is my plus?
Oh god, it is almost 1 a.m.
One of them is an 18. The other one is a 15.
Okay. Both will hit. It's a static object.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going for, like, this one, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
So, both of them, damage-wise, give me 1 second, is going to be 13 total.
13 total. You do not manage to do significant structural damage, but you're definitely drawing eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Of who, at this point, I think is these two.
Which ones?
The ones on
the ones
on
over by the barracks?
Barrack side.
That's fine.
Oh, I got them. Don't worry about that.
All right. Is that what you're going to do on your turn?
I can't really do anything else. I don't think I have any bonus actions that matter.
Loka.
5, a 10, a 15, a 20, a 25, 30. Still kind of low down. But I'm going to shout again. And then I'm going to wild shape into a crocodile.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Do I have a crocodile? Aha!
Yeah.
Is a crocodile size large?
It is.
Okay, sick. I'm just gonna add this to your morphs.
The crocodile.
All right. You successfully. Amazing. All right. Yeah. That's them 3. Hey, Son, you waiting?
Oh, Bubby.
Hey, Son, you waiting again for everyone else stacked?
I think, yep, Hasan's gonna wait for the next move. Okay. For their next move before he moves.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 5, 10, 15, 20, 20, 30, 35, 40.
Oh, Bubby, do you need your food?
They get around here and suddenly see the crocodile and go, ah!
Hello.
5, 40, 5,
Don't make
10,
them run
15,
back
20,
here, Logan.
25, 30, 35, 40. All right. They have done their move and dash.
Okay. Hasan shall... I guess he can go here. And then land on the ground right here.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think... Sorry to ask, can you deactivate... Well, no, you don't need to deactivate flying. Hasan might fly again, might as well just have him at...
Ground level. All right.
Yeah, but Hasan goes on the ground behind those hay bales.
Yeah, for sure.
And is going to begin... like rattling... Can I say he can rattle his little talons on this lattice window right here?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you see one of the uniformed folks inside pop up on the other side of the lattice and look at you, and you see it's Jaxel.
Hasan will cast
from before.
message and say nothing, make no sound, go downstairs. Actually, would it be better to do it upstairs, or would it be better to do it downstairs? Well, there's no space to do it actually upstairs.
It's a
so he will...
10-foot circle, right?
Yes.
There's space.
But it would have to be literally within a window.
Yes. Downstairs certainly has some more space.
Okay. How quickly can... The thing is, it's gonna take 10 rounds to do this.
To ritual cast it?
Yeah.
Do you have to ritual cast it?
No, No, but like to just even cast teleportation circle, it takes a minute to cast.
Right, yes.
Which I am completely fine with.
Okay.
But I guess it means it's going to take another... Yeah, Hasan can't even get here in time to start just doing that, and he's going to need to spend an action dealing with the rabbit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you tell Jaxel to start gathering people downstairs, he definitely can.
He says, "There is no time to gather belongings downstairs now."
He'll start whispering to the other folks, some of which are just waking up, but they will begin getting mobilized. All right. That's round. People that did not act this turn. Order members getting downstairs. Ah, a fire! Also coming to respond to the fire. Do not see them, but out on the balcony is going to hop Zeal and Belwar, overseeing the proceedings, and Istrid, who will look to the courtyard, see a crocodile, an illuminated Zeron, but neither of the other two. Istrid will point at the glow of Zeron's lantern, given that you were such a thorn in the side of that combat in general. Turn to Belwar, and I remember this one. And Zeal gestures toward Zeron as well and says, likewise.
I forgot how memorable I was for Zeal. Oh boy. Blows a kiss in their direction.
Belwar stares at the pair of them and says, we'll do what we will to dispatch them, but if things turn hairy, we have alternatives. And I think I need to call this here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Just as Hasan is about to begin attempting to cast the ritual with the Order member students, chaos has broken out in the courtyard of the monastery. And Peshmina has infiltrated her way to the top floor of the main monastery building already. I think we're going to have to pick it up here next time.
Man.
Because this is not going to wrap up anytime soon.
No.
And it is 12:45 already.
Very sad.
Apologies for that. But I'm excited to see where this goes. Quickly, right before we do Stars and Wishes, I made special minis for Jaxel and Fortune, and I want to show them off.
Oh yeah, we haven't gotten to really see them yet.
Also, I made exactly 2 child order minis that I've used to fill out all the rest of the stuff. But Jaxel has gotten a change of mask.
Can you make it daytime?
Yeah, I can do that. Wah. Ooh, very bright. Turn that exposure.
Yeah, the exposure's way up.
And I won't save settings so that it stays that way. But then only I can see them.
No, I can just watch your stream.
Oh, okay. There's Jaxel. There's Fortune.
Oh, look at him. Look at those 2 little lads.
Notably, Jaxel wearing the counter charm. And Fortune with small hit pouch and discreet gems. But we'll be doing their best to direct the youngins. Yeah, alright. That's a hell of a cliffhanger. Apologies for that.
I mean, sometimes it'd be that way.
Alright. Thank you all for playing tonight. This has been a lot of fun. I hope it has likewise been a lot of fun for y'all.
Yeah.
Alright, Stars and Wishes. Since you didn't get to participate last time, Matt, you get to start us off with Stars and Wishes.
Oh, sure, yeah. Stars and Wishes. Thinking. I'm trying to remember how to get out of this screen. First of all, focus? No. Exit full screen. There we go. Okay. I needed to do that for my own sanity. Sorry. Yeah, I'm glad that I was awake for this episode. That was nice. What happened early on? I think just because it's been on my mind, I'm actually going to do a wish first, and then I'll come back to stars.
Yeah.
I do kind of wish we had gotten to the action sooner. I
Yes.
felt like travel did kind of drag a little bit. There was part of me that also likes that, though, because the star within that is the story that I told myself of, like, you were kind of asking us questions, and there wasn't actually a whole lot of, like, talking between the characters. Which in my head was like, we're all reeling from this crazy news, right? And we're all trying to process it in our own way, which is leading us not to really interact a whole lot.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It was kind of like a double-edged sword, where part of it was good and part of it was like, man, I wish we were just moving.
Yeah, I could jump right into it.
Yeah. But I mean, once we started it's not even combat really, but once we started combat,
Encounter, vaguely.
Yeah. Like, just how we got into it was so ridiculous and fun. With Zoran and I, and I am also Star and Wish. I enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this concludes, because if we have 10 to 12 rounds of shit to put up with, hi, that's gonna be a toughie.
Yeah, ouch.
But yeah, I don't know
I'm
who's
also
next.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Good. Yeah. Good. Feel free to go next, Eli.
Yeah. I'm also excited to see how we disengage. Because Zoran can go invisible, Pashmina can Pashmina, but we have no idea how fucked we're going to get within the next couple.
This
within
could
the
go
next
so many ways.
couple minutes. Oh, right. I forgot to say what 3 was doing, so I guess 3 is just kind of with Millie and right now.
3 is around, if you need 3 to be.
Okay. Fuck. I am excited. I guess I should also start with the beginning. Again, Travel RP is fun. While I agree with Matt, I do agree with Matt. It is kind of a double-edged sword where sometimes it can slow down if we linger too much on one day. But it does create good moments for character RP. Let's see. I'm always happy to talk about my sons, Sedgwick and Gregson, my 2 beautiful sons, who are probably, of course, I'm not going to be able to fucking recover them after this. So, 07, rest in peace. Also, other stars. I fucking love the Kobold Legionaries.
Yeah, oh, I forgot about them. Yeah. That was so fun.
Yeah. It's just a wonderful, I just like tiny little army kobolds. They're precious, even if they're incredibly dangerous, technically. I'm gonna regret. I am definitely going to regret having interacted with them, though, I can already tell. Like, Eli is going to regret everything.
Nah,
Hey, son,
it'll
might
be
as well.
great. It'll be great. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Also, stars. Fucking catapult. I'm happy I was able to use the catapult. I like doing weird, stupid doing this weird, stupid bullshit in combat. I like scatter dice because scatter dice is fun, and I like to add chaos. The first shot was perfect, and I love how that ended. I almost partially wish I had just obliterated them, because God, that would have been, I mean,
Insane.
I would have had to grapple with that terribly character-wise, but Eli would have found that incredibly funny.
First turn, aim for that pillar. Turns a guard into a fine paste accidentally.
It felt very Monty Python to me, just to be.
Yeah.
Catapults are incredibly wacky instruments, I think, because they throw big rock. That's all they do. They throw big rock.
They do throw a big rock.
Yeah, but no. No, I absolutely love that. This is very exciting. Heisan is mentally grappling with the rabbit killing right now, because he doesn't feel great about it either.
No, it's not good for anyone.
And Heisan is going to try and make this as light on his own conscience as possible, which might be hard. And I am looking forward to doing that bit of RP. I know I'm probably not going to be able to do much combat, but I'm okay with that because I think this is it's going to be fun. I hope it is nice and fun to try and wrangle these small children.
You have to figure out how to get like 20 of them through a portal in one round.
Heisan is going to say, I think Heisan's going to try to make them play the hugging game, where you hug everyone else as hard as possible. You can all fit in there.
Well, so we've also been playing it slightly wrong. So it opens a portal and then you like walk into it.
Okay.
So you don't need to be in the portal when it activates. That's the easiest way to do it. But like you can activate the portal and then usher everyone through in like a chain. As long as they step
and go.
As long as they step into the circle while it is active, they will be able to get teleported. Yeah. Yeah.
Need to do the thing where they all hold on to the same rope. Okay,
Can I
everybody hold on.
Can I go back and add on a
Sure.
little bit, because I was reminded, because I totally forgot about the kobolds. I loved the kobolds. I really liked that we all just kind of got in on it and played them a little bit. That was really fun, and I'm glad that we did that. And one of my wishes is, if this really starts to go south, I really hope it's like, oh, what luck! The Kobold Legionnaires found you.
That would be incredible.
Anyways, whoever's next may go.
Yeah, I'll go. In smack dab in the middle. Stars. I just had fun playing the kobolds. That was a good time. Playing kobolds is fun. Playing kobolds is maybe one of my favorite things to do in a fantasy RPG. I love whack Heisan shit. Like, because I try to be a very grounded GM generally, right? Like okay, cool. So someone stabs you or is coming with you to do a punch or like is casting magic at you. I try and have these characters respond reasonably when it comes to interacting with someone in person, right? Like, and they've seen a lot of, you know, they know how to deal with like monsters, owlbears, like various fighty things. These are trained individuals. Surprise catapult is not something anyone is prepared for. Just like Birdie the Love Wagon. Like, no one is trained to deal with surprise siege catapult. And I think that's excellent because it shows how effective, and like you've done some incredibly smart maneuvering where like, okay, cool, now it's up the mountain through difficult terrain. What are they gonna do?
Come get it.
Come get it? It probably, which means that at least one of them's gonna be disabled for like several turns at least until they can punch a chicken skeleton zombie in the schnoz and keep it from operating anymore. Like, that's crazy. And I love that because it is not only like extremely funny, but like it's genuinely tactically interesting to look at an organized group of fighters and be like, okay, how do you deal with there's a catapult on the mountain now that got airdropped in by an Aarakocra. Like
They get to the top and they see these two little monsters.
They also see that the catapult is somehow loading itself.
yeah, and the autonomous catapult operated by two little skeleton abominations. What do you do? I love that.
I can't fucking breathe. My sides.
As you explained it, it dawned on me how fucking insane.
Right?
I fucking love his side.
Okay.
It's bonkers.
This shit
Holy
hurts.
I keep imagining the two little skeletal figures doing their job, and this one monk gets up there and just like, what the fuck, man? I'm
The
done.
thing is, they get punched once, and it's just like the Lego sound of just like all the bits falling on the ground. Like,
Yes,
that's what
exactly.
it's like.
That is what it sounds like when one of those gets destroyed.
Yes.
Fucking Minecraft skeleton. Fucking.
Wow.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other star, this location. Hannah did a lot of work doing the mountain surroundings. I had a lot of fun making the marble stuff. I just think it's a map that looks cool. And I enjoy it. Excited
This is
to
another one of those
build a lot
maps
of
where
stuff.
like we didn't actually use a lot of pre-made stuff.
No, this is
we made like
basically entirely from scratch.
Yeah.
I don't think even basically, this is entirely from scratch.
Okay.
Which is great. Oh god. Just thinking about the Boney McFingy's catapult, and I don't know how to deal with that. Yeah, that's great. I'm really curious to see how next session goes, because it might just be a lot of combat. Because, okay, we've got all these monks spread around. We have Belwar and Zeal and Istrid.
yeah.
Who have various motivations, too, so, like, hard to say what... Like, I think they're actually kind of an unpredictable force in this, necessarily. I love that Pashmina is just above them.
Get ready for me to fucking from the top rope this motherfucker.
Dangerous.
I'm gonna.
But yeah, like there's I'm really curious to see how this goes in general. Yeah. Kind of like stars and wishes with travel. Because I'm very glad for the moments we got, but I agree that, like, maintaining pacing can be really hard when you have, like, okay, cool, we're going to do the cool thing. Can we just get to the cool thing? But, like, I also hoped to emphasize the, like, the 5 days of travel in anticipation of that, I think are also important. From a, like... You've just had a lot of information handed to you. One of you is heading back to the most traumatic place of your life. And, like, it's kind of bad news all the way around. What does it feel like fucking hiking through torrential rain to get there? Right? Like, what's the thought process? And I'm very happy for those moments. And also, I'm very glad that the action is here now and that we can do that. Yeah. At risk of prolonging this even further. Alright, to the left, Caroline.
Yeah, of course. Star, I am so excited that we're here. I've been so excited for just this fight for the longest time. Like, even before the plan to come here was a thing, I've been wanting this. Since, honestly, the last time we met Zeal. which was back on the Spire.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have been wanting this, and I am so excited it's finally here. Oh, I'm having a time of my life right now. I cannot wait. It's I fucking love Hassan. I fucking love Hassan. The bullshit on the top of this goddamn mountain right now is just so immensely funny to me. My sides hurt because this is just the most bizarre situation. Like, it's so fucking funny. It really is, and I love it. I love it. I'm just general start. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Star, I know it's like a weird way to say this, and I don't know how to phrase it other than I'm glad Pashmina rolled so poorly on a lot of her checks because
that's gonna be one of my stars. I'll talk about it.
seriousness.
I'll talk about it.
Like, it sounds bad, but like
No,
it
it
really
works.
just kind of shows like we're in this now.
Yeah.
We now know, like, obviously we knew before how bad things were, but it's like, wow, this is like really dawning on us now. Like, this is happening. We are doing this. And I am so here for it. Also another star, I didn't get hit by a fucking catapult rock. Oh my god, that was too close to me. Literally 10 feet to the left, and I would have to pull out a new character.
That's why I chose not to move, because I was like, watch me fucking jinx it. I move, and it's gonna land right on top of me, and then I'm not gonna have any movement anymore.
See
to
how much
like,
damage you would have taken. Yeah, you would have taken 31 points of damage.
And that is more than half.
Jesus.
More than half. If I used my ring, I would have 2 HP. Like, that would have just obliterated me. So, wishes. More or less the same. It's, I know it's 1 a.m. I can't be complaining. God, I want to continue so bad. God, we are here, and I'm, like, so in the zone for this.
Everyone's
Like,
so
I'm
hyped.
so here. I'm so hyped for this. And now I'm like, damn, I have to wait minimum a week. I want to do this. I want to be there.
I'm right there with you, yep.
So now I'm just frantically looking through my schedule for next week. So I can take off so we can do this, because I want to do this. I don't want to have that week off break. I want to do this. So we will see.
Yeah.
And that's me.
All right. Hannah, stars and wishes.
Me. Wow. Okay. Totally agree with everyone on basically every point. Yeah, the dice tell a story. We say this all the time, but like, it is so funny when Pashmina goes from sucking so hard for like days on end, and then we get here, and she like starts rolling amazing. Like the climb up the mountain, failing like 90% of my checks, and like using that to like kind of be indicative of where she's at mentally, and we finally get here, and now it's like, okay, fucking go time. Already taken out, has one person prone, is on the ass of another person. Not fucking joking. I'm going to jump on Zeal. I'm going to do it. It's gonna happen.
I think
Oh,
you're
man.
gonna get instantly fucked if you try and attack all 3 of those at once.
Just Zeal. I'm not worried about the other 2. Oh man. I'm so glad to hear that you were so hyped for this. For so long. I'm kind of surprised. But hell yeah.
I don't think you understand how hype I've been. I've had a line that I've been meaning to say to Zeal for like 3 sessions. I'm not even exaggerating.
Damn.
Just gonna see. Would be the effect, area of effect if you put a fireball on them right now.
Oh god.
Just a thought.
Just jeez.
10d6, baby. 10d6.
Does Istrid have counterspell as a cleric?
Probably.
Who knows?
Didn't she do that last time?
Is
Or no,
counterspell
I don't-
cleric spell?
I don't know.
I thought it was only dispel magic.
Just silence. You've seen her cast silence.
Oh, but getting back to stars and wishes, I think I agree with everyone else about travel. Travel can be tough. I think it's good for telling the story, kind of like, and the preparation, like having those days of like trying to catch this fucking animal, and it's a struggle. She's feeling bad about that. I think I felt myself getting kind of confused by the kobold stuff, but then kind of in retrospect, I was like, oh wait, no, that's kind of fun and weird, and of course, like, gives something to kind of like do we or don't we, and then Hasan wants to meddle, and that's fun because Pashmina's at the end of her she's getting ready to like literally shake Hasan by the lapels, like I need you with me here, like focus up. We got shit going on, dude. So I kind of came around on that. I kind of went through a few phases of like, okay, you know what? That's actually kind of interesting, and maybe we'll do stuff with that afterwards if this doesn't go. This could go so many ways. My wish is that no matter what, this ends up being interesting in some way. Like, I want this to be a real shakeup. I don't want to, like, play to find out what happens, play to see what happens. I'm hoping that this really, like, changes the status quo, or something happens, or starts a new thing, or, like, reveals something big. Something. That's kind of my wish.
Hell yeah. No, I'm just gonna not change anything. Just back to normal.
We leave and nothing. Yep,
Since when have I ever moved the status quo in this game?
I don't think once yet, honestly. I mean,
it's basically the first session. You just have more stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed.
I've got a cool magic item now.
Everyone is playing exactly the same characters as they were in the first session. No development has happened whatsoever. The world hasn't changed. All the stakes are the same. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm asking so much. I know.
No, you really aren't. All right. Anything else?
Can we play again? Can we
No, that was the
play
last
more?
session. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Well, yeah, obviously, yes. I'll throw a when is good up as soon as I can. I've got kind of a lot going on tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was telling Hannah, I was actually, like, I kept, like, looking over at my work phone or other stuff and, like, freaking out a little bit because I've got, like, stuff going on right now. But I'm glad that session went. I'm glad everyone enjoyed that session.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to more. And fingers crossed, as always, that it will be soon. And now that we've got a day down, I'm gonna start doing some planning in my side time for our Halloween session.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me to go ahead and put my request in off. It's the 27th?
27th, yes.
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in now.
I think we're probably playing Dread again.
Dread? Okay.
Because it was a very fun system last time. I'm thinking potentially sci horror this time, doing some sci-fi horror nonsense, or maybe like a classic slasher, something like that.
Mario Fridays. Never mind.
Have not yet decided. I might throw
Something different.
some concepts y'all's way.
Yeah.
But in any case, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will see y'all when I see y'all, and I'll, like I said, I'll make sure to get that When Is Good up sooner rather than later, so we can get schedules aligned as quickly as we can. But as always, thanks for playing, and I will see you soon. Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good
Good
night,
night,
everyone.
everyone.